honest, cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle. But some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance. But if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, 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 paper.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me then it's crew, if you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tied up in knots. I tried to tell you but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better.
Saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you text and have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love
come back like I'm immortal. Undefeated air, been this way since I was born. Exhibiting the true mark of a champion.
One thing I know, when the back is against that wall, the man will be coming back. That's how we roll. Go renegades down, if we're going on the style, time to break through. Come on, free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. Heart of a champion. You're a champion. Heart of a champ. Heart of a champion. Yeah. Stop. Don't stop. Come on, free. Keep it going. Come on, champion. Go renegades down. Go renegades down. Time to break through and come on, free. Inside you will find the heart of a champion.
Yo, this for all my dreamers, believers, go-getters. One day at a time, brick by brick, you feel me? Keep building. Woo! I wake up in the morning, it's another day, another opportunity. I know it's up to me to make my dream come true. It's nothing that I wouldn't do to see my name in lights. I give my life to this mic, my blood, sweat, and tears. I did it for many years. My career's in my hands. I already hear the fans screaming my name, asking for pictures, asking for autographs. I want it all so bad, I'll let you do the math. I did my 1,000 hours, sometimes I didn't eat, go out or take a shower. Ain't allowing no distractions, we gon' see what happens. I'ma be laughing when them cameras are flashing. My name in lights, I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Yo, I'ma take it day by day, build it brick by brick. I don't care how hard it gets, I swear I'll never quit. I gotta get it poppin', failure ain't even an option. I come from the bottom, I'm a rose that is blossom. Out the concrete, I'm in arm's reach. I'm making my dream turn into reality. But I take the defeat, I'd rather have a piece of meat with shrimp on the side. I won't lie, sometimes I wanna give it all up. But I think about the people that's no longer with us, looking down on me. I know they proud of me, so I push on, keep focused and stay strong. Cause I know it won't be long, come on. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Hey, I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Everything that I sacrificed, so I know it's gon' be alright. Hey, I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights.
Get ready for this. This Get ready for this. Trying to get this paper all day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. It could be whatever, whether rain or shine. You can best believe I'm out to get mine. Be honest, keep it 100. You know don't nothing move but the money. I hear the haters on the sideline. Hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means, getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle. But some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance. But if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, 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 paper.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me then it's crew, if you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better.
with no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you text and have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
why you lying, girl? You know you're mine, girl. Only when you see us, control it like some food.
Which way do you think we should go?
I don't care.
Tired of the drama, silence, pause. Give me more than tears. This hit is yours. Too broken to be fixed, too proud to ask for help. First to be yourself.
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Girl, why you think that?
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Why you think that? Girl, why you think that?
I got the heart of a champion, most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler, break records like Thriller. Top biller, they call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now, a superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me, I'm on. I'll be back in my stride, that's how we design. One thing I know, when no back is against that wall, and bear will be coming back, that's how we roll. We go renegade style, when they do it don't stop. Time to break through, come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. Go renegade style, never put we don't style. Time to break through and come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me.
Cold-hearted warrior, I never rest on my laurels. No matter the battle, I come back like I'm immortal. Undefeated air, been this way since I was born. Exhibiting the true mark of a champion.
One thing I know, when no back is against that wall, and bear will be coming back, that's how we roll. Go renegade style, never when we don't stop. Time to break through, come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I'm a champion. Heart of a champion, you're a champion. Heart of a champ, heart of a champion. Yeah, stop, don't stop. Come on, keep it going. Come on, go renegade, go renegade style, never renegade style. Time to break through and come on free. Inside you will find the heart of a champion.
Yo, this for all my dreamers, believers, go getters. One day at a time, brick by brick, you feel me? Keep building. Woo! I wake up in the morning, it's another day, another opportunity. I know it's up to me to make my dream come true. It's nothing that I wouldn't do to see my name in lights. I give my life to this mic, my blood, sweat, and tears. I did it for many years. My career's in my hands. I already hear the fans screaming my name, asking for pictures, asking for autographs. I want it all so bad, I'll let you do the math. I did my 1,000 hours. Sometimes I didn't eat, go out, or take a shower. Ain't allowing no distractions. We gon' see what happens. I'ma be laughing when them cameras are flashing. My name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Yo, I'ma take it day by day, build it brick by brick. I don't care how hard it gets, I swear I'll never quit. I gotta get it poppin', failure ain't even an option. I come from the bottom, I'm a rose that is blossom. Out the concrete, I'm in arm's reach. I'm making my dream turn into reality. But I tasted defeat, I'd rather have a piece of meat with shrimp on the side. I won't lie, sometimes I wanna give it all up. But I think about the people that's no longer with us, looking down on me. I know they proud of me, so I push on, keep this and stay strong, cause I know it won't be long. Come on. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Hey, I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Everything that I sacrificed, so I know it's gonna be alright. Hey, I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights.
Ready for this. This. Ready for this.
The FIFA 21 Global Series South America pre-show is presented by Mercado Libre. Hello and welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker and we've got 2 days of jam-packed FIFA 21 action for you. Yes, the South American region has already had one qualifier and here we are for qualifier number 2. And one person that is going to be joining me for 2 days is someone that was with us last time as well with his sunglasses. It is Rodrigo Ulibarri. Uli, I know that we're friends now. I can call you that. How have you been? Good Christmas, good New Year?
Yeah, it was great. It was great. Happy New Year, everybody. And yeah, only for friends. Only for friends, Kyle. And Kyle, honestly, I just want to say, for people that are still not believers of Kyle Walker, center back, I was wrong. Kyle Walker, center back, might be. I don't understand based on the stats, but he's just on another level. He's just so fast. So, once again, respect for that.
What can I say? I'm very versatile. I can be on the streams in here. I can play centre back, right back, or I'll leave that to the actual footballer. Like I said, we are here. It is the South American Region Qualifier number 2. And Uli, we have got some players that are returning to this event. But if you look at it, if you look at these events, they're all trying to get to one spot. They're all trying to get to that FIFA E World Cup, and they can do that by gathering momentum at these qualifiers right here. 1,024 of the region's best players battle it out for a spot to get to this moment right here. They all go head to head, the region's best, all hoping to make their way through to today. Yes, to the actual qualifier where they're live on the Twitch stream. And on each day, we've got 4 of the best competitors. Yes, the last 4 going head-to-head. Some in the winner's bracket, some in the loser's bracket, hoping to be crowned the champion of this region, winning money and all-important FIFA 21 Global Series ranking points, hoping to get a spot at the playoffs, hoping that they can gain all of that momentum. And it's not just this region that's doing it. Oh, no. All 6 regions from West Asia, Oceania, East Asia, Europe, North America, and obviously South America as well, hoping to make their way through to playoffs, all on the road to the FIFA E World Cup, hoping they will be crowned champion of FIFA 21. And Uli, that's what everyone wants. People want to be crowned champion. People want to say, I'm the best at FIFA 21.
Yeah, that's right, Caroline. And just to give some context to the audience, because it can look like a replay of last one, but no, these guys, 3 of them, Rampasso, PhD, the champion, and Gabriel, they're back. And just to be in this broadcast, they had to beat tons of top players, pro players, verified players. So these guys are definitely the most dominant players in South America on Xbox. And it's just, you don't see this every day. Like they're really, really good, but also so consistent to be here. And for them, of course, we're going to see them in playoffs, but I think now it's more about seeding, it's prize money, show me the money. So yeah, like good luck to these 3. And let's see if Teos, I'm going to be cheering for Teos because he can have the day of his life to make it here. He already had, and let's see if we can have a new champion.
Let's see indeed, but there are plenty of events that will be happening. Yes, there are. We can see right now we're in the South America Qualifier number 1. If you were on the Twitch channel before, well, you might have seen a familiar face. Yes, me. I was in the East Asia Qualifier number 1 as well. That is happening this weekend. Next weekend, it's Europe Qualifier number 2. And then in February, we've got North America, West Asia on the same weekend, the 6th and the 7th. And then on Valentine's weekend, someone will be hoping to be crowned champion of Oceania in that qualifier number 2. Plenty of events coming up in the next 6 weeks. Yes, there is. There's plenty of FIFA 21 action, so make sure you stick with us. Now, another exciting competition that we do have going on is the E Libertadores. Registration is closed, and now the best players in the region will go head-to-head in that competition.
Esta competición es única, sin precedentes, sin rival. Fútbol en estado puro. Rivalidades que dividen países y los unen. Es algo que está en la sangre de cada persona en toda Sudamérica. Una competición como ninguna. Aquí se llevan los colores con orgullo. Es importante ser uno mismo. Es importante creer. Pero lo que de verdad importa es ganar. Este juego tiene el poder de cambiarte la vida para siempre. Esta es tu oportunidad de representar a tu país. ¿Crees que tienes lo que hay que tener? Juguemos.
Yes, the CONMEBOL Libertadores is here. I am looking forward to that. Uli, the best in the region, will be going head-to-head, hoping to be crowned the champion. It's a very prestigious tournament in real life, and we're bringing it to the online stage as well for FIFA 21.
Yeah, the Copa Libertadores is just in football. It's like our Champions League here, right? In Latin America, and to have now the CONMEBOL Libertadores, it's just for me it's a dream. What FIFA as an esport is becoming, and that as a pro player you can aspire to compete in these kind of competitions and represent your country and your region as well. And yeah, but what we're seeing now, though, and let's see in this CONMEBOL Libertadores, if it changes, is Brazilian players. On PlayStation, we're going to have Nicolas, we saw Matias, but like a lot of Brazilian players on the top. And the same in Libertadores. F in the chat for Boca and River. We all wanted that final, but yeah, let's see in this CONMEBOL Libertadores who's going to be the first champion. So that's going to be really interesting.
It will be. I cannot wait for that one. I'm looking forward to it. The best in the region going head to head. But now back to today's action. It's the South American Qualifier number 2 in the FIFA 21 Global Series. Our competitors are getting ready. Yes, the final 4 on the Xbox will be going head to head today. PHZine R10 is hoping that he'll be able to do it all again. Yes, the champion from that qualifier number 1, hoping to go one step further and doing it once again. One man trying to stop him, SPQR Mateus Lopez right there. He wasn't at qualifier number 1, the only competitor that is new here this time. Will he be able to cause an upset? Another man that is returning, Rampazzo R10, another one of the R10 boys, looking to show what they can do here at this tournament. And there we can see past and previous as Gabriel PNR10. Yes, he is back with us. He'll be taking on Rampazzo a little bit later on to see if he can be crowned champion of this region in the second qualifier. And Uli, I mean, it's interesting because 3 players are returning and they're the top 3 when you look at the Global Series rankings right now. But one man that I want to focus on, one man that you've already brought up, one man that you said you're going to be supporting, he's in the winners final. It's SPQR Teus. Tell me a little bit about him.
Yeah, Teus is just, I mean, even though we haven't seen him a lot, there are a lot of new upcoming talents, but he plays for SPQR, and we already talked about this. To be in that kind of esports organization, you have to be really good. They have really good scouts, and to be on the winner side still, that says a lot. So I think he already had an amazing tournament, but this is the kind of situation in which you can actually make a name for yourself, you know, like we just saw it with X-Ray on North America, and now he's like such a top respected talent, right? So it can be the same for Teus.
It can indeed, and he does go head to head with PHZine from the R10 esports company. Yes, they go head to head in that losers final, which will be first up. And then after that, we've got our losers semi-final. Rampazzo R10 taking on Gabriel R10, hoping to make their way through that losers bracket right there. I will add the loser from the winners final will drop down into the losers final. It is double elimination, all right? So you have to lose twice. And the people in the winners side of it, they haven't lost yet. PHZ has not lost a competitive game of FIFA at these qualifiers in this tournament as of yet. He still remains in that winners bracket. But let's have a look back. Let's have a look back into December. Qualifier number 1. We've talked about how 3 of these players, how they featured in there. One of them was named champion, and that was PHZ. And we can see how he did it. Rampazzo R10 in the winners bracket. PHZ in that winners final as well. And Uli, one thing I do want to point out, no Resende. Resende's not here this time.
Yeah, no Resende, but that I think that just speaks about the high level that there is in South America. Also, we could say that in the first qualifier on the PlayStation side, we didn't see Nicolas, right? And now he's going to be. So it's just, that's what happens when the competition is so high. And for PHC, I think it's a different situation now. One thing is getting to the top and then staying on the top. Some people say that's actually the challenge, right? So far PHC, he made it. He started as the Xbox champion, and now he has an opportunity to do that again. But we don't see that very often in the FIFA scene. Like that's why Tex, MS Rosario are such top players, right? So if PHC wins again, he's like no questions, just the best player from South America on Xbox right now.
Right, let's have some predictions then. Let's talk about who we think is going to make it all the way to the grand final. I mean, it's difficult to predict this so early on, but Rodrigo, I'm going to give you the opportunity to go first so I can copy you possibly. Who do you think is going to make this grand final today?
Okay, this is going to be awkward after all the amazing things I said about PHC, but even though, yes, I think even though I'll go with PHC and Rampazzo, but I'm just I just love Cinderella stories, so I think PHC is gonna win, but I also wish for Tails to have a good match and make it to the grand final. So, but yeah, just being objective, PHC and Rampazzo. I think Rampazzo showed good things, even though he didn't make it to the grand final last time. I think I like his style. He's offensive. He's a really smart guy. So I think he's got what it takes.
Uli, I know you. You're wanting to change, aren't you? You're wanting to change your prediction right there. You think that PHC is going to make it, but I know that you really wanted to say Tejas, didn't you?
I don't want to make a scene, Kyle. Production just betrayed me live, so I'll just leave it for the chat. I mean, the facts are there.
Don't worry about it. I think you have got a good chance. With the champion that is PHZ, I've got my predictions right now. I'm going to go with PHZ as well. Yes, I am. But joining him in that grand final, it's going to be a rematch of the grand final from the first qualifier. Yes, Gabriel R10, he will be joining him. The two R10 boys will be going head-to-head against each other. That is my prediction right there. Will PHC come out on top once again? I'm not too sure. I'm not going to go that far yet, but I can see a rematch. Uli, if we do see a rematch, if we see those two players going head-to-head, if it is Gabriel taking on PHC, do you think we'll see the same outcome?
It's hard to tell, but I like this kind of scenarios in sports in general, and esports. I really like it because, I mean, just football, FIFA gives you second chances, and sometimes, like we talked about in the first qualifier, it seems like only the first place, the actual champion, gets all the glory, and it is that way. But to get to a final, it's so tough. So I hope that if Gabriel gets to the final, he can get revenge on PHC. But we'll see. I mean, sometimes, just for instance, in North America, we just won the qualifier. Getting to a grand final of PS4 or Xbox is so hard. And what happened is that in the final, Squirrel lost like 9-2, but Extra was just inspired, right? And that's so unfair, honestly. because it takes from the amazing tournament all of these players had to already do to be here. And sometimes we forget about those things, but it's also the challenge. When you're making a good tournament, you're also against some beasts that will have no mercy at times. And if they're inspired, they can just score 10 goals on you. So it's going to be good. I hope for Gabriel that he gets a rematch.
Oh, I cannot wait to see what happens. I cannot wait to see who makes it to that grand final a little bit later on. But for now, Uli, I couldn't have you here without trying to learn something. I'm always trying to take notes. I'm always trying to improve my skills at FIFA 21. I wanted to talk about your top 3 attacking foot items. Yes, 3 items in the game that you think are very special that we all should be trying to grind out and hopefully get into our foot teams.
Yes, Cal, in this part of the season, new food items come up, and these players are just on another level. You can get your hands on one of these players. You have a star on your team. First, Mbappe, which is, I mean, the gold version of Mbappe is an amazing player, but this one is just when it comes to finishing on another level, so he can be also a striker, not only like a winger. Ronaldo, now that prime icons are out, great choice, R9. The only thing is sometimes some people go with the 94 because he has a bit more composure and strength, so he's like a tank. But this one is just amazing, and the picture on another level. And then Cristiano Ronaldo, who just became the top scorer on all time in official matches. You know, some say that Pele scored more than 1,000 goals. I don't know, but anyway, Ronaldo, second in form. What a player! He was already amazing. I used the gold version of Cristiano Ronaldo, and it's so good. But this one is just so good. You have to give him the number 7. Can I just say this? This is not part of the production. I'm sorry, but whenever I see on Foot Champions someone getting their hands on this amazing player, or even like in Foot Champions rewards as a red card, as a red foot item, and they give him like the number 13 or number 4 to Cristiano Ronaldo. It's like, no, you have a player as good as Cristiano Ronaldo, Mbappe, or please give him the actual number they have in real life. So, okay, Mbappe number 9, if not at least 11, R9, give him number 9, not number 3, please, and Cristiano Ronaldo number 7.
Do you know, I completely agree with you there. It's very strange when we're calling them R9 and they're not number 9. I will say, you can see my Mbappe right there. Yes, I've got a physical. That's the only one I've got. I've not got it in my actual team, so I need to work on getting that one right there.
So good.
It is indeed. Right, we've got plenty of FIFA 21 action coming up for you. And do remember that with Mercado Libre, you get the best of the FIFA 21 Global Series. Make sure that you download the app and discover the best ways to buy online. Now, Uli, we've got the first match coming up very, very shortly. PHZ R10 taking on SPQ Arteus. And I feel like with these two, even though you said a Cinderella story, this could be David and Goliath. This could be the giant that is PHZ, the champion from qualifier number 1. We could see him be toppled. We could see him be destroyed, be defeated by SPQ Arteus. And I'm sure we'll be talking about that very, very soon. Make sure you guys at home stick around with us. Make sure you stick around for all the FIFA 21 action as we get the South American Global Series Qualifier number 2 underway in a few minutes.
I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you text and have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And Swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
The
Two
FIFA
at the
21
FIFA 21
Global Series
Global
South
Series.
America is presented by Mercado Libre.
My name is Brandon Smith, and joining me for our first broadcast of the year is that man, Richard Buckley. Rich, we're back again for some more South American FIFA. Happy New Year to you, mate, and are you ready for a big weekend?
I am indeed. Don't worry, it's not deja vu. Just because there's 3 of the same players qualified, it is a new qualifier. The consistency level is just out of this world in South America. I'm doing very well. Had a very quiet Christmas and New Year with the world as it is at the moment, but keeping safe is the most important priority, and also getting to watch some of the best FIFA action from South America live and providing our commentary over the top. But it's not only our commentary that you can enjoy. There's a lot of different broadcasts right now broadcasting this exact event. YouTube.com and Twitch.com/EA Sports FIFA for the English broadcast, and also a plethora of different broadcasts for your chosen language. Spanish, Twitch.tv/EA FIFA Esports LATAM, and also Facebook.com/EA Sports LATAM, and also Portuguese is available for everybody. EA Sports FIFA Brazil.
Yeah, there's lots of options where you can watch depending on what language you want to listen to it in. As we said, we've got our Xbox games today, and then tomorrow we'll have our PlayStation 4 matches. We won't say too much about that, but Nicholas is back in town for 2021 and the FIFA 21 Global Series. But Richard, you've hit the nail on the head here perfectly. We've got 3 players that have qualified for this tournament again. If you don't know what these guys are playing for, of course, money, the pride of being a champion in this region, and those Global Series playoffs where you can accumulate points from every single tournament. 3 of those players that are back here again, Richard, they're pretty much at the playoffs. I mean, out of 1,034 players, I believe it was, the fact that you've got 3 repeated qualifiers is pretty ridiculous. And the consistency levels, bearing in mind we're in South America, which is such a competitive region, that deserves plaudits from all of us, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. The consistency levels that have been shown from the competitors absolutely out of this world, and we're going to see why they are the best players very shortly indeed. The matches are getting ready, but before we jump into the action, let's have a look at the teams that will be used. Brandon, on the left you can see PH Zin team, and on the right we have SPQR Theos's team. On the left, you're looking Edison in goal, João Cancelo rode to the final, Inform Kyle Walker, Varane and Mendy as a back 4, Bruno Fernandes at right mid to get chemistry onto the other players, Inform CR7, 1 icon in the squad, and that's the mid Pele, Mbappe, Neymar, and also the 89 foot freeze, Roberto Firmino. If this is the first time watching one of these competitive broadcasts and you're wondering, why is he using Kyle Walker? Why is he using foot freeze Firmino? There is a specific set of rules and requirements that players must suit when they are building their squad. You're allowed up to 1 icon with an overall rating of 89 or higher, up to 1 icon with an overall rating of up to 88, up to 2 non-icon players with an overall rating of 90 or higher, up to 2 non-icon players with an overall rating of 87 to 89. All other players in the squad must have an overall rating of 86 or below. The goalkeeper doesn't count towards the restrictions, and you can use anybody you want for chemistry. However, This applies to both your starter 11 and the subs. If you do not have 2 icons on the squad, you may substitute a player out. So as you can see, both players only using 1 icon, meaning that they can then use another 90, 89 plus rated player. Hence, Ronaldo, Mbappe, and Neymar all in the squad because of the Pele 1 icon restriction.
Yeah, a lot to talk about, Richard, with those restrictions, but really important to take a note at home to wonder why you're seeing a combination of so many different teams. And yes, we haven't even had our Team of the Year released yet into the game of FIFA 21. I can assure you when that gets released, there will probably be a couple of changes in those restrictions. But one thing to know, Richard, I think PH Zin dyed his hair after winning that championship back in December. I tell you what though, Richard, if he goes and wins today, PH Zin, he will be not just writing himself into the history books as another winner in South America, but probably one of the only few to go back-to-back in qualifiers, and he will be setting the mark across all of our other regions in West Asia, in Oceania, in North America, in Europe. This man will be setting the way forward for competitive FIFA this year on FIFA 21, and we are officially underway here in South America for Xbox Day 1 in qualifier number 2. It will be R10, that's Ronaldinho's esports organisation, PH Zin, kicking from left to right, our champion from qualifier 1 in December. And it will be this new player that's popped up onto the scene, kicking from right to left. SBQR sees us back inside. I tell you what, we're about 6 minutes into the game and there's already been a goal.
PH Zin hasn't lost a game of competitive FIFA this year, Brandon. He's in the winners bracket right now. In the qualifier 1, he came through the winners semi-final as well. He was in the winners final, beating Rampazzo. He is absolutely flying on FIFA 21. He makes it look so easy. What a goal that is. Pele being the scorer of it, but it was created by a beautiful piece of attacking football on the edge of the backs. Pass and move, pass and move. And he looks lightning.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to talk about then, about this Cinderella story that we're looking at currently right now. Tyus, who's kicking from right to left, he went 1-0 down, unfortunately, in 5 minutes into this game. There was a video of him that went around virally on social media of him and his mum actually celebrating his qualification win. It was something that I reposted online. He was in tears, his mother was in tears. His first ever major tournament, Richard, that he's been able to play in. And it does feel like deja vu in some ways, that whenever we look at South American players, Rich, whether it would be in Foot Champions Cups on FIFA 20 or the Summer Cup Series on FIFA 20, Qualifier 1, what is it about SBQR just producing more and more talent out of this region? It seems like every single tournament we come back to, there's another new name coming forward. PH looking for a second in this game. Fantastic block. Could be a rebound if there's a chance for Cristiano Ronaldo to find a way through, but I just don't know what it is, Richard. They're like a talent factory in terms of creating these fantastic FIFA players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it goes down to the coaching. You can see that it looks like he's in some sort of arena, so clearly a tight-knit family at SPQR. But when you look through the talent pool and the history of players that have come through that organisation, it certainly is. You have to tip your hat to it. And also, look at the team he's using. Oh, Cristiano Ronaldo! With the finesse shot on the edge of the box, he's using from what would be described as some sort of, like, it's meta, but it's not exactly endgame, his team, you would say. He's got Ronaldo in, he's got Neymar in, but when you compare that to, for example, I'm just trying to think of someone with a super team, Stokes in Europe, Stokes' team is infinitely better than Tierce's team that we're seeing right now.
I'd have to say as well, on top of that, Rich, as that goal went into the back of the net, quite an orthodox finish there. You don't normally see a 35-yard finesse bend its way into the top corner. We know that the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and those star players in and around the box have fantastic finishing stats, but again, you're not often a player to take a risk from that far out, but Tejas has been able to do that, and just 22 minutes into the tie, we're all square once again. If you have just tuned in, this is qualifier number 2 in South America. It is an aggregate scoreline over 2 legs, and you're currently looking at 2 players that have gone unbeaten in this qualifier. Only one player can remain into that grand final, and PH Zin will get himself back into the lead. Pele, the scorer, the fellow Brazilian, to get himself back in front in this game. 25 minutes on the clock, Richard, but the goals are certainly flying in.
The Pele show right now. As soon as he's got the ball on the edge of the box, you saw defensively is a little a little isolated, especially in those 1-2 scenarios. His player switching just a little too slow at the minute. Maybe nerves creeping in a little bit for Theus. You're looking at the qualification route that he took. The big game that we saw the reaction from Brandon on social media was against Rampazzo. He beat him 3-2. We are going to see Rampazzo in the losers bracket a little bit later on today. But it is different when you're playing in the sort of behind closed doors qualifiers compared to on the main stage. Even though we're all at home, there is an added pressure.
Oh, there's such a big pressure, Richard, because we know that the spots are so far and few with these qualifiers. Chance again for Tejas if he can find a way through. Very patient in his build-up, as you said. Not one of the best teams we've seen involved in these qualifiers. These are their own teams from home, so these guys have built these teams with their own in-game currency of foot coins and FIFA points and weekend league rewards over the coming months, and they'll continue to do it moving in further this year into the season when Team of the Year drops. And as we go forward to qualifier number 4, qualifier number 5 will be in and amongst that sort of Team of the Season area too as we even get towards the playoffs. So teams will change, restrictions will most definitely change. Interesting team here. Just been dispossessed. Here's Mbappe to cause a bit of carnage in the final third. Does well to just about win that ball back. 35 minutes into this game. 2-1. PH Zin leads. Our winner from qualifier 1 back in the hat in the top 4 this time round. And Richard, it's remarkable that this man still has not lost a game in competitive FIFA tournaments this year in the Global Series.
Yeah, it really is, especially when you look at the other quality on Xbox in South America. It's it's not an easy region to go unbeaten in. And make it look somewhat easy, dare I even say it.
If you look across the board, Richard, the top 4 players, where are 3 out of the 4 from? They're all from R10, the team that's had a remarkable start to the competitive year this year. And one thing that was really cool, just before the Christmas period, they actually all went out to see Ronaldinho himself. They all got their own signed foot items, and they had pictures with, of course, their team owner, in Ronaldinho. I'm sure he was over the moon at the start that they've had this year to the Global Series. You look across the board, look at the top 3 names on Xbox in South America. It's 3 names, and they're all from R10, and they're all into today's tournament as well. So they'll be getting even more Global Series points on the board. And that's even before Qualifier 3, Qualifier 4, Qualifier 5. In all honesty, Richard, they can put their feet up after this qualifier and say, you know what, we'll have a couple of months off, and we'll come back for the playoffs in around about May, springtime.
Yeah, you've got to think playoffs pretty much wrapped up for the 3 R10 players that you were speaking about just then, Brandon, as we do come into half-time. 2-1. Pele with both of the goals. Team advantage certainly in PHZ's favour, but Theus is certainly in this game. It's not been a decimation in the first half. He's playing a 4-2-2. Is Theus. R10 PHZ in the 4-2-3-1.
So one thing just to quiz you about, Rich, he's gone for Bobby Firmino. Of course, Roberto Firmino of Liverpool in one of those CDM roles. I think I remember it really sort of last year in FIFA 20 when he had that foot scream item, and people, maybe in the E-Premier League even as such, were using him as a CDM, and a couple of pros. You normally see an informed Kante there, or you might see an icon of some sort if you have got the coins, but Roberto Firmino getting the nod for a qualifier number 1 winner on this occasion, Richard.
Yeah, Firmino, fantastic foot item. The foot freeze. It was an SBC. It was a very expensive SBC as well when he was released. But as a centre mid, as a CDM, he ticks all the boxes. 95 stamina, decent aggression at 81, good stand tackle, good defensive awareness, good interceptions. He's got 5-star skills, great dribbling, great passing. He can do everything for you.
Let's see if he can cut up the play here. Just pass was a little bit too heavy for him to intercept. Here will come SPQR's Tejas. Currently down by 2-1. Remember, these are all 2-match aggregate scorelines, so even if either of these two was to come out of this game down by a goal or 2, there will still be a second leg to be played for either of them to claw the game back. In the first 30 minutes, we saw 3 goals. Of course, those goals going in the favour of PH Zin. Pele being the man on the score sheet a couple of times for him. A little bit too aggressive there. Was Neymar. Mateus will look to break. Neymar's got pace on that right-hand side. A couple of ball rolls, a little scoop turn. Still not enough to get past Rafael Varane, one of those real meta centre-backs. I'm sure people watching would have played many weekend league matches, whether either up against Joe Gomez and Varane or something on those lines.
No surprise that we've seen him used again.
Yeah, by the very best, Richard. If they're tipping them, then I think the rest of us should be at least following suit in some shape or form. Here does come Mateus now. Laurent Blanc. Back to Neymar. He loves the finesse on the edge of the box. Cristiano Ronaldo looking to drop the shoulder. Couple of step overs. Goes down to ground. Referee says no, no, no. Get back up on your feet. That's not going to be a penalty. You know how penalties can be this year on FIFA 21. But that occasion, he says, nope, that was a dive.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it was a dive. I think he just got the ball, to be honest. If you don't press circle, if you press circle in the box there, he's probably going to give a penalty. But because he's not actually initiated the tackle, he does get away with it and takes the ball the other way. Just speaking on Varane and on Kyle Walker, because of their rating at 86, they actually fall into the good requirements. Speaking of Roberto Firmino, that's why he's in the team, Brandon. You talk about CDMs, Patrick Vieira, Laurent Blanc. When you have somebody like Firmino, who defensively is very sound, but can also do a little ball roll inside the box and not knock it into a defender. He's got the close control, he's got the dribbling. He is a real, dare I even say, end game CDM centre mid.
I mean, you wouldn't think we've had a month off, or even longer than that, about 5 weeks between these two qualifiers, Richard. Qualifier number one that took place at the end of 2020. PH Zin was your champion there, and he was flawless. He went through the winner's bracket, didn't need to go via that loser bracket and get that sort of extra security. He went unbeaten, and we're 5 weeks on from that, Richard, and it still looks like we're looking at the exact same player. 3-1 he leads, a really well taken finish. Bobby Firmino could have easily went on his own with a finesse there, simplified the chance, a couple of ball rolls, laid it off for an open goal for Cristiano Ronaldo, and he was never, ever missing from that sort of room. Yes, there's still a second leg to come up, but PH Zin just looks levels above at the moment, Richard. 27 minutes left on the clock. He leads by 3-1.
And now you're in the scenario for SPQ Artheus. You're playing the mental chess battle. Do I consolidate a 3-1 loss in the first leg and try and get an early goal in the second leg and force my way back into the game like that? Or do I throw caution to the wind in the first leg in this final 25 minutes, try and snatch a goal or two, but leave myself vulnerable at the back? That is the battle he will be having in his own head right now.
Even a goal, Richard, going into that second leg would give him something, a huge long ball forward. Pele has got the legs on him to make this a lot worse. Goes for that half volley with the right boot. Well played, Rafael Varane there. He's back just to stretch out a leg and to ensure that was not a shot on goal for PH Zin. This is where maybe he can look to counter-attack now. Mateus, lovely ball around the corner. Neymar's got a lot of pace. Can he get round the goalkeeper? Maybe a smart ball roll. Really well done. What's a block at the back? And who else is it? Then that man, Rafael Varane, he's there, he's everywhere at the back. Making those huge interceptions when his team really needs him most. Still, this chance is not dealt with. Back to Neymar, a couple of ball rolls. A little elastico. Got to be patient. Is he going to get another bite of the cherry? Keeper's off his line again. Trying to tease him out of position is PH in. And eventually it goes out for a corner in the end. But really well done in the final third there by Tyus. One of them played short. Mbappe, a lot of space to move around, but he's got an option to lay it to.
Just surrounded by black shirts, isn't it?
At the moment, it's sort of routine defending for PH Zin. Bruno Fernandes, he's sort of trying to tug the shirt of the player there to try and pull him over. Still does keep possession, but you've got to do something with it because time's running out. 13 in-game minutes left in our first leg here in our winners semi-final. Neymar. No way through in the end. Really patient build-up. And even better defending from PH in there. It's so clinical, Richard, and important in moments like that. You don't dive into tackles. We know how penalties can be this year. We know how soft the referees can maybe be as well. You can't dive into tackles, or if you're going to go into a tackle, you've got to be so certain you're going to win the ball.
Yeah, it's just safer not to press the circle button or the B button inside the box, in all honesty. Not only on tackles, but also even when the ball's sort of bouncing around, I always tend to clear with. I'll always try and clear with a pass rather than a circle, because you might get a lunge, you might get a slide tackle, anything.
Here he comes again, looks for that cutback. Well played by João Cancelo. Doesn't do enough though, back to Bruno Fernandes. Rashford, Neymar, he'll interchange well. Nice little triangles being formed on the edge of the box here. For SPQRs. Could be a great ball into Neymar. That's an important goal back into the game. Mateus, he needed something. And there was a couple of times he was building up a half-hearted chance and he was just waiting for that perfect opportunity to split those two centre-backs. And that's exactly what he did. Found the ball into Neymar and a fantastic finish into that right-hand corner. Even if the game finishes like this, Richard, it's still game on in that second leg.
Oh, massively. We talked about the story of the game, how he was going to try and address the final 25 minutes. He's done it in the perfect way possible. Not conceding another goal, but also halving the deficit, going into the second leg, giving himself a real good opportunity to turn this game around and force himself into the grand final.
PH Sin wants one more attack before we get there. Added time of just a minute in leg number 1 here of our winners semi-final. These two have been unbeaten in the qualifiers that took place just a couple of weekends ago. They've had to wait quite a few weeks to get back into the fray of things. There goes the full-time whistle in leg number 1, and it is still pretty open, anyone would say. 3-2 between those two in our first game of the day. PH Zin with the slight advantage in that one, Richard. But still, we love watching competitive FIFA at all levels from all over the world. South America, Richard, bringing the goals as they always do. 5 goals in match number 1 and more names onto the scene here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at some of the stats as we show you the highlights of that first leg. Very even game. 5 shots, 5 on target for both players. 4 shots, 4 on target. 95 and 91% passing accuracy, respectively. Possession, pretty much, I think it was 48-52. So there really wasn't too much to separate either of the two players. But it was these early goals from PH Zin that sort of put him in the driving seat. He was always just touching distance ahead, He made sure that he never let his opponent get back into the game truly. Even at 3-2, the 87th minute, he could see out the game, see the result out, and make sure he had some element of a lead going into the second leg.
Yeah, you heard me talk about it in commentary as well, Rich, in terms of quite an unorthodox finish from Mateus in his first goal that he scored. You don't often see someone, or especially a pro, take a risk from about 35 yards out, went for a finesse with Cristiano Ronaldo. We know players of that quality can finish from there, but you're normally up against icon goalkeepers or your average day Alissons, you could say, that many people can afford that do play Ultimate Team. And 9 times out of 10, they match up those chances. You know, they make a save or they can tip it around the post. He went for it on the edge of the box, found the back of the net and got himself straight back into the tie. I think that was about 20 minutes into the game.
I'll tell you the difference. We're using the average day Alisson, but we're also shooting with the average day Ben Yedder or the average day Heung-min Son.
Yeah.
He was shooting with Cristiano Ronaldo. So you're sort of giving the benefit of the doubt to have the shot and to try and get that goal and finish it into the back of the net as he did. I just saw, when I looked at your camera there, Brandon, speaking of Ronaldo, I'm praying that he's in that Team of the Year next whenever it comes out. Hopefully it'll be in the next couple of weeks, next week or so. But I know tomorrow we're potentially going to be discussing that, and I'm intrigued to hear Kyle Walker's point of view on Team of the Year, because I can see it being pretty City heavy. Let's just say that.
Well, you have got a City shirt in your background as well, so surely,
I do, yeah.
you backed.
I'm not sure I can. I've got a little Barnsley number here as well, just to let you know. History of Barnsley shirts.
I mean, you're sort of surrounded by sort of Team of the Year nominees around you, Rich.
I am.
You got Mbappe, you got Neymar there. I mean, I'm sure there was at least one Manchester City in that Team of the Year. Kevin De Bruyne, many of us did, put into our teams. Of course, you still can vote for your Team of the Year, by the way, to those that are watching from all over the world at the moment. We'd love to hear from you at some point. We always try and make an effort, me and Richard, to interact with you guys in the Twitch chat. We'll have a couple of questions for you. Maybe just tell us one name that you want to see in Team of the Year. Just one name you want to see in Team of the Year. I think you either go down the football fan route or you go down the FIFA fan route when you build your teams, don't you? We all want Mbappe's. I mean, we all want ideally 5 forwards in our team. We want Neymar, Mbappe, Ronaldo. We want them all, in all honesty, but we can't have them all, and that's the harsh truth, unfortunately.
Yeah, a few people saying Thomas Muller. I was very surprised that he wasn't in the actual voting for the team of the year. Also, Oblak as well. He wasn't someone that you could vote for. Bruno Fernandes, great shout. What a season he has had. I think the 4th player of the month he's won in 12 months. He's slowly creeping up on Sergio Aguero, who holds the record for the most Premier League player of the months of all time. Lewandowski,
Just something to touch upon, Richard, in terms of these pro qualifiers we're seeing at the moment. Bruno Fernandes has become a viable CDM now for a lot of players. He's even gone into my weekend league team into a CDM role. And, you know, when the pros are doing it, you're thinking, okay, surely that man could do a job in a CDM area. And he certainly can. Of course, I'm only using the standard 87 variant, obvious for item. But headliners, as you said, player of the month, yes, they will come out in different positions. But that man is a viable CDM option now.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, we're seeing regular 87 Bruno Fernandes played as a CDM centre mid right here. This is a special Bruno. This is just the 87 Bruno in the squad.
Anyway, an early goal into the game. We are back underway for the second leg here, and again, we can see the Twitch chat, and we can see our chats from all over our social channels that we are, of course, commentating on at the moment. Get yourselves involved in the conversation. Hashtag FGS21 with maybe a team of the year player that you'd love to see make that final 11, or a player that you want to see come out on top here. Could be a chance for PhD, and lovely fake shot. And more importantly, an even better finish from Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm sure that's one man that we all want to see in Team of the Year. 4 goals to 2, Richard, and a 2-goal cushion has been reinstalled.
Now, just hearing the, I think the actual Real Madrid theme song echo around the stadium as well as that goal did fly in. The little fake shot, standing fake shot, and then just smashed into the back of the net from Cristiano Ronaldo. What a player. Essential in these teams, Brandon. Essential.
There's just something about him in those areas, isn't it? You always back him in those big match areas, let alone in the box, on the edge of the box. We saw him score a fantastic finesse through SPQR's Tejas. And now he needs 2 goals. Otherwise, he'll be going down into that loser bracket grand final. Of course, those that get to the winners bracket, such as Tejas, and on this occasion, R10's PH, they have gone unbeaten in those online qualifiers. So they get that safety net of actually dropping down into the loser bracket. So they sort of get a second lifeline, if you'd like to call it. That could be a chance towards the back post. Mbappe to conclude the game. Oh, everyone's on the floor. Pele gets a shot at it. Back to Cristiano Ronaldo. He'll also try and have another shot. Mbappe still with it, dropping the shoulder, trying to cause nightmares at the back for Kyle Walker and Rafael Varane. But eventually, it is dealt with. But for a second there, Richard, that could have been good night.
Could have been good night Irene right there for SPQR Theos, but he's still in the game. The goal that he has conceded in this second leg won't demotivate him. Kylian Mbappe looking to get behind João Cancelo right there.
Neymar dropping the shoulder. How's he put that one wide? You'd expect him to at least get on target, the Brazilian forward of PSG. Unable to even get on target on that occasion, Richard.
When you're powering that shot up with Neymar, 5-star weak foot, you just expect it to go in. You're probably already pressing L1 and R1 to skip the celebration. Like, it's one of those where you don't expect your player to miss that.
Especially in tournaments like this, where you might only get 2 or 3 chances at most, if you're lucky. When you get into the box so you can create a chance like that, that's got to be on target. It's got to be testing the goalkeeper. Otherwise, you can get punished in seconds straight down the other end. Referee goes down to ground. Waves that one away. Cristiano Ronaldo was a split second. I thought appealing for a penalty there. He was pushed about in the box. Referee said, no, we're playing on that. Of course, this is our winners' semi-final. Scoreline 4 goals to 2. PH Zin, he was our December champion here on the Xbox. He's currently top of the pile on the Global Series rankings. FIFA.gg. If you are a FIFA esports enthusiast, you can see the Global Series rankings from all over the world to see who is on course to make it to the Global Series playoffs. Into the pause menu will go quickly. I think we are looking at the POV here of PH, and he's a man that doesn't actually need to change anything, because at the moment,
He's in dreamland, isn't he? Just having a quick look at those rankings that you're talking about, Brandon. Looking across the world, we are in the global series. North America, Joxan leading the way in that particular region. In Europe, Ollie Bolly picked up 1,600 global series ranking points. And in South America, Matthias Bonanno on PlayStation, who we will see in action tomorrow with over 900 points.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable. Of course, each qualifier does give out a different amount of points, whether it's PlayStation or whether it's on the Xbox. Of course, you have got league partners on there which offer you direct spots into the Global Series playoffs. We've seen a couple of those leagues already conclude. Chance can find a way through. We'll get a second bite of the cherry. Neymar drops the shoulder, and again, it's just Neymar off balance and off target.
Does really well to get into the area. The fake shot, creating that inch of space inside the box to get the strike away, but pretty much exactly the same placement as his previous shot. Just wide of that left post. Look at the team press.
Unfortunately, Mateus, it's another chance that's gone missing for him. Two of those fall into Neymar. Got to make sure one of them do fall on target. Back to Mbappe. He'll have a half sort of hearted finesse at that. There was quite a bit of power taken out of the shot from Rafa Varane at the back. An interesting goal kick to get us back underway. With the SPQ up. FIFA Pro. Lovely ball forward. Marcus Rashford trying to find a way through. Does win a throw in for his efforts. But I think just looking across the board, Richard, now those Global Series rankings, I mean, I'm excited to see Nicholas back in action. Of course, you look at some of the big names we've seen. This could be a chance. Well defended. Again, we haven't seen Zizinho back on the big stage yet. We haven't seen Fafilza. We're seeing Nicholas tomorrow. We're seeing, of course, Matthias, the man who's top of the pile. We haven't seen Spider Kong, of course, make it onto the broadcast as of yet. We've seen him making great runs into the final eight, into the top 16. But it must be so difficult for these guys because there's so much talent coming through now, alongside the likes of, you know, your Afifas, your Lucas Reps that have been legend in this scene for so long, and PH in. He looks like he will be one of these new icons in this scene. Up by 5-2. He's on his way to another grand final. 2 months in a row, back to back. And so there's a new sheriff in town once again, Richard.
I didn't actually know if Neymar was onside when he picked the ball up out wide to whip that R1 square into the box. It must have been centimetres just onside. R1 square, R1X. Low-driven cross, straight into the mixer. Pele, in front of his man, always going to score, and slots it past the goalkeeper. But I've got an interesting little point for you regarding the players at half-time, Brandon. That's game, set, and match. 6-2. PH Zin will be in another grand final.
Yeah, he will be another grand final, as I said, Richard. That is absolutely remarkable. This man has gone unbeaten, not just in one tournament. He's on his way to go unbeaten in 2 tournaments, back-to-back for the R10 FIFA Esports player. What a start to the year he is having in the FIFA 20 Global Series. Unbelievable scenes from this man. We're only at half-time in leg number 2. But he's got a 4-goal cushion. Absolutely remarkable. With that grand final spot, he'll be guaranteed even more Global Series ranking points. Yes, there's a huge mountain to climb here for Tyson. He's 4 goals in 45 minutes. I just can't see it happening. I mean, it would be a remarkable scoreline to throw away. We've seen some comebacks in our time, Richard, from commentating competitive FIFA, but I don't think we'll see it on this occasion. But yeah, look, he's top of the pile already on the Global Series rankings. He'll be guaranteed even more. He's on his way to create some serious history, Rich, and a benchmark for a lot of people to follow in this scene. Yeah,
absolutely. And just as you were talking about the Global Series and the points that he has already accumulated, this region specifically in South America, it's more predominantly PS heavy. I think there was around 335 PlayStation players who played in the qualifier for South America, and on the Xbox it was just about 100. So there's less players that are trying to take his spot on Xbox in South America, meaning that this sort of, shall we even call it an empire that he's building, this era of dominance, the PH Zin age, potentially could be long-standing. I don't think this is a flash in the pan. I think this could be season-long domination, in all honesty.
The fact he's on the verge of doing it, Richard, for 2 qualifiers out of 5 is pretty remarkable. And that was with 5 weeks between both of these qualifiers. Before we got going today, I saw him play a couple of games against Alan Costello, another familiar name in this scene. Player we've actually not seen back on the broadcast for quite a while. He had a couple of spells. He played in that Manchester City qualifier quite a couple of years ago. And always a friendly face in the South American scene. And hopefully he can make it back onto a broadcast this year, whether it's qualifier 3, 4 or 5. We know there are plenty of tournaments taking place this year in the FIFA 21 Global Series. But PHZ, he's on his way to another grand final. Literally 35 in-game minutes away from doing so. A really, really impressive qualifier from him. And then we'll be turning our attentions to that loser bracket semi-final. Rapanzo up against Gabriel. One more to icing on the top of the cake. It's absolutely fantastic, Richard. There's nothing more you can say. 57 minutes on the clock. Cristiano Ronaldo makes it 4-0 and sends out a statement to the rest of this tournament and to the rest of this region in South America.
Yeah, sending a very personal statement as well to Gabriel and Rampazzo, who he has played and beaten previously in competition. PHZ, great use of all of the mechanics at his disposal. You saw the bridge touch there inside the box to create that little bit of space, easy cutback and a very simple finish from Ronaldo. He just looks the most complete player. I think that's the best way of describing this performance right now. In possession, he looks calm, he looks like he has a purpose every time he gets the ball. He's not overcomplicating it, but he has enough skill moves and diversity in his repertoire that he can be very mischievous in the final third. And defensively, he's getting bodies behind the ball. He's making sure there's not a lot of passing lanes to go through. Just look at that through ball.
Pele, again, not on target. I know it doesn't matter now, and he can waste those chances, Richard, because he's created such a big goal cushion for him. But he was even disappointed about that Pele could not find that shot on target. A 5-goal cushion at this moment in time. 25 in-game minutes left. As I said, for SPQ Arteas, he will drop down into that loser bracket grand final. He'll be playing against Rampazzo or Gabriel. I know for him, he'll be thinking, that's not the start I wanted to today's broadcast and tournament. But that's only the first loss that he's tasted, Richard, in this whole tournament process in qualifier number 2. So he has to look at the positives, and he has to look also that he's got a second chance here, because he will remain in the tournament. It's not a straight knockout.
Let's see how he can bounce back, and what does he have? Not only in terms of his FIFA ability, because we know he's one of the best, but the mental side of the game. How strong is he after suffering such a big defeat to come back in the losers bracket final against either Rampazzo or Gabriel and try and force a rematch with PHZ?
The remarkable story was, Richard, that actually Tyson that beat Rampazzo to qualify for this winner bracket half. It was 3-2. It was the match that brought tears for him and his mother and his family. Fortunately, can't continue his run in the winners bracket. He will go down into that loser bracket final, as we said, just 15 minutes away from doing so. But we've got a rematch on our hands, Richard. Rampazzo against Gabriel. If you remember correctly, last time these two played, it was a 3-3 match that went into penalties to decide a spot in the grand final. This time, it's a decider spot in the loser bracket grand final. So either way, that plans to be a fantastic tie. That one will be coming up straight after this game.
Yeah, absolutely. The penalty shootout. I seem to remember it was a super late goal as well to actually force said penalty shootout. And if one of those two players is successful against Tejas, it will be a rematch in the final as well between either Gabriel or Rampazzo and PHZ.
You wouldn't think there's been hundreds upon hundreds of people that have tried to qualify for this tournament, because we've seen 3 out of the same 4 names make it into our final 4 again. PHZ can enjoy these final 10 minutes. He's back into another grand final, and he's 2 legs of FIFA away from crowning himself as a back-to-back champion in South America. What a story it would be to tell him and his family. If you remember rightly, Richard, last time PHZin was the champion, he had all his family around him celebrating that first victory. If he was to do it again, I'm sure the celebrations would only be bigger. Top spot on those Global Series rankings, the prize money again in his back pocket, and all the pride for his team and his region. 5 minutes left away from closing out this really strong performance. He was in control just about in the first half, Richard. Look at what Tejas did to keep the game open and to give himself a chance. He sort of closed out at 3-2. It was only a 1-goal deficit between the two, but PHZin came out flying in this second leg. 4 goals up, and it's just looked on flames.
The early start was really everything. It was 3-2 coming into this second leg, and we thought SPQ Artheos might be able to get back into this game, might be able to force a comeback, but PHZin, it was 2 very early goals. What a pass that is, over the top.
Oh, wow.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh, wow.
It's just been, I think, one word, rampant. It's been a rampant performance. It's been clinical, and it's really been, dare I say it, a champion's performance.
Well, he's not there just yet, Rich. He's in a grand final. There goes the full-time whistle. 8-2, ladies and gentlemen. 8-2 this man put away over those 2 legs. He bagged 5 of them, Richard, in just the second leg. No doubt one of the strongest performances we have seen from PHZin. We'll have a look at some of those highlights in a couple of minutes' time. He progresses into his second grand final, Richard, in his second qualifier of the year. A remarkable story for a player that's having a remarkable season so far, Richard.
Absolutely. Just having a quick look back at his results from the qualifier 1, he kick-started the tournament with a 6-2 win against Rampazzo, so almost a very similar result. It was a very dominant performance in his first game. He then won the final against Gabriel PN, 8-4. I seem to remember in both of those selected matches, it was a very good second leg performance from PHZin that set him over the line and put him away from his opponent in the end. I'm very intrigued to hear what the guys Kyle and Uli think, because for me, Brandon, my personal opinion, I think we're looking at a back-to-back champion right now.
I mean, that's big you say that. You know, we haven't seen that other loser matchup yet, and of course, we've still got a losers grand final to come up after that. But in some ways, I'd have to agree with you. You don't normally see that level of dominance from a player. Bear in mind, we are playing from home. You know, certain players just can't do it from home. They can't play to the same level online. They love LAN events. Of course, we all love LAN events, but due to current reasons that we all know, we can't actually have those LAN events now. Some players love playing online. Some players love playing from home, and PHZin, he's one of those players, which we can see the stats in front of us now across both of those legs. You can see how dominant PHZin was. The chances he had, the chances that he scored, always in control. Look at that passing accuracy. It's what you expect to see from a pro player. It's in the 90s. It's in the high 90s. 95% passing accuracy in game number 1.
There is one stat that really stands out to me in that entire game, and it's game 2, 8 shots to 1. He just couldn't get going in that second game, Theus. He just could not get going at all. 1 shot over the course of the 90 minutes. He just got dominated.
Yeah.
Like, you can't really say much else. He wasn't unlucky. He just played a near perfect game, PHZin, in that second leg.
Yeah, he did. Remarkable game, Richard. Really, really impressive. And again, he will be in that grand final. Global Series points in the bag, some prize money. Also, the back-to-back grand finals for that man is absolutely remarkable. Game number 1 done and dusted here in South America over on the Xbox. We're going to check in with Kyle and Ulabari after that one. Gentlemen, what a start to qualifier number 2 here in South America. Kyle, is anyone stopping this man? Honestly, he's in another grand final. He's not lost a game over 2 months.
All I can say is I guessed that he was going to make that grand final. They don't call me an expert. But, you know, it was a good guess from me, wasn't it? Uli, you complained that the producers had given you PHZin. I bet you're happy now. I bet you're happy because he ran rampant, as Richard Buckley said. He was very good, Uli. Let's say that.
I think it's fair to say he was good. But I'm not happy. I'm sorry to tell you guys I'm not. I have a message for PHC. He needs to remember that his opponents have a family. Okay, I think he forgot at some point. I have some analogies for Richard Buckley. The first one being, imagine it's a boxing match and the opponent can't take it anymore. The referee stops the fight, and you know what PHC does? He tells the referee to shut up, punches the referee, and then continues punching his opponent. That's what I saw, and I think that's like, I make the rules here. And I have another one for Richard Buckley, which is I see him being like a velociraptor, but instead of hunting his prey, he's hunting for goals. He's a goal-scoring machine. This guy is relentless, and someone needs to call 911 ASAP because this is just close to being illegal.
It's not
so
fair.
I'm worried
It's
about
not
him.
fair.
It's not fair. It's not fair. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about anything. He doesn't care about the family of his opponent watching. He doesn't care if he told his girlfriend, "I'm gonna win this for you, honey." Nothing. He doesn't care. He has a chance. He'll take it.
He will take it indeed. And Brandon, when you're looking at someone like PHZ, and we're talking about someone who's won that qualifier #1, he's already got Global Series ranking points. He's up there at the top of the ranking leaderboard as well. And now he's coming here. He wants another one. He wants to win the second qualifier as well.
Yeah, I've made the joke.
I'm so sorry. Just if you hear something talking about not caring, my neighbor decided to remodel her whole apartment right now. So I'm sorry. As you were, please go on.
Probably not the best timing, is it, Olabari? I feel sorry for you. But no, speaking of your question, Kai, I think I've made this joke. If PHN goes and wins this tournament today, he can put his feet up for about 3 or 4 months if he wants to. Come back in the playoffs, because that playoffs will be cemented. And I don't think you'll see many people actually overtake his final points tally. He'll have a remarkable points tally, and he'll be top of those Xbox Global Series playoffs.
Brandon, he could take 3 or 4 months off. He couldn't play a game of FIFA 21 again, and he'd still be better than you two. Not you, Richard, but me as well, Brandon. Sorry, yeah, us two, because I've seen you play. Yeah, he'd definitely be better than you. Anyway, let's move on. Richard, when you're looking at Teus, who's coming into this competition right now, it's a very difficult position for him. He does drop down into that losers final right there. His confidence and his ego might have been dented a little bit, get it be 8-2, but he's got to go again. He's got to brush this off, and he's got to hopefully come back, and who knows, we could see him meeting him and getting his revenge in the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly a possibility. I mean, we've had goal-scoring velociraptors, we've had boxers breaking the rules and punching referees, we've had roommates doing DIY,
Yes.
Brandon Smith not being very good at FIFA. There's only one thing that's really true, and that's that Teus is in the losers bracket right now, and he's going to be facing the winner of Rampazzo against Gabriel. A rematch, Kyle. You asked the question, so I'm going to reverse it back to you, Mr. Kyle Walker. You're going into a rematch. Do you think about what happened last time, or do you think, you know what, new game, new month, new year, new me?
Well, I have never been in that position because I don't get the opportunity for a rematch. I just get beat, and that is it. But I'd try and, dust it off, go in with a different mindset. You've got to be strong. You've got to go, I know what happened last time, but this occasion, I really need to just go again and trust myself and trust my own skills. Uli, would you agree with that? If we were to see in the next round with Teus dropping down into that losers bracket, he wants to get back to that grand final. He wants to get there. What do you do? What's the mindset you've got to go into that with?
Well, you need to see the positive side of it, which is you still have a chance. It was a tough hit, but we've seen it happen before that you get through losers bracket and make it to the grand final. So yeah, I think it's not over, but let's see mentally, especially how he's going to respond to this. It's going to be a tough challenge for him.
It is indeed. Right, Brandon, Richard, thank you for joining us. We'll let you guys go and relax a little bit. Richard, you need to work on some of your stories and some of your metaphors because Uli, he's beating you right now. I need to hear some in the next game. We'll see you guys soon.
I learned from the best.
right there we have it. That first matchup of the day is done and dusted. And remember that with Mercado Libre, you get the best of the FIFA 21 Global Series action. Just make sure that you download the app and discover the best way to buy online. Oh, Uli, what a game to start with. 10 goals overall. I have a feeling we're going to see plenty more goals over the course of the next few hours.
Yeah, it's styles, and I think Brazilian players are just always looking to go forward. So we're waiting for really good games and even probably the best to come. But PH whoever faces him in that final is gonna have to do something really special to beat him.
Yes, they are indeed, all right. And I'm really looking forward to seeing who can make their way through to that grand final. We'll be dropping down into the losers bracket very shortly. But before we go, I just want to say something that's really important to us here at Electronic Arts. We believe in the power of positive play. Now, mental health is top of the mind for all of us here, and there are plenty of resources that we're providing to these competitive players. Being part of a gaming community should be positive, fun, fair, and safe for all, and we look forward to building a healthy and positive community together, and we've got a short film which tells us how we're doing that.
This. Get ready for this. Get ready for this.
The FIFA 21 Global Series South America is presented by Mercado Libre. Hello and welcome back to FIFA 21 Global Series South America Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Uli. And Uli, what a first match we had right there. It set the bar very, very high for the rest of the day. These players are going to be looking at PHZ and thinking, we need to bring our A game to beat him.
Or I don't want to face him.
Yeah, true. Well, that as well.
So, yeah. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. Also, more pressure here because we're going to see now losers bracket. So it's win or go home. So yeah, let's. I mean, they have to go step by step. Right now, they want to get to the grand final. Then you have to worry about facing the beast that's waiting for you in winners bracket.
The one who doesn't care about your family, doesn't care about the referees, doesn't care about anyone. Now, if you are watching us right here, you're in the English stream, because that's the only language that I can speak. Yes, it's twitch.com/EA Sports FIFA, but there are other streams for you as well to get involved in. You can join us on the YouTube, or you can make your way to our Spanish stream as well. So make sure, if you're wanting to hear the Spanish stream, you can. EA Sports FIFA, Latham right there. Also, that is on Facebook, as you can see. Plus, we have our Portuguese stream as well. And we can see right there that you can go to that twitch.com/EA Sports FIFA Brazil. And you can also find that on the YouTube as well. And Uli, I can only speak English, so that's why we've not got some of the interviews right there. But these players, how easy is it when you've got someone in a different language, like me, asking you a question? You just want to focus on the FIFA, you just want to get that done, and you've got an interview you've got to do. Does it help, or do you think it hinders the FIFA players?
Nah, no, it's part of it. It's always nice to be interviewed. Also with someone that has the same name as the center back that just got you through. So no, it's fine. It's sometimes it can be a bit of a challenge to speak in another language, but it's part of the experience, and it's part of becoming an esports athlete. We saw with PHC, for instance, now the hair, next thing is going to be tattoos. Once you start winning everything and you know how good you are, you just start acting like a rock star, and that's exactly what he is.
That is it. He is a rock star. We've called him so many different things today, all positive as well. Now, one thing I do want to tell you about it is the viewership rewards. Yes, they are a little bit different this year, and although we've not got viewership rewards for this event right here, there are plenty for you to look at. So let's have a look at how you can be rewarded for watching the best FIFA 21 action on offer.
During the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your viewership rewards. For the first time, you will receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world compete at the highest level. Simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on select weekends, and you will receive one FIFA Global Series swap token per weekend. Tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your account. These tokens are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team, with some great pack rewards up for grabs. The more tokens you earn by watching on more eligible weekends, the more flexibility you will have to decide which rewards to get. Don't miss out. Link your accounts, watch the FIFA 21 Global Series, and redeem your rewards.
Yes, make sure that you do watch across the different events. You'll be able to get those viewership rewards right there. Plus, you get to see some of the best FIFA 21 action the different regions have to offer. Right, Uli, let's continue the chat about these next players that are coming up. We are dropping down into our losers bracket right there. And within this losers bracket, it is double elimination. So these players, they've already lost once. So this is it. They need to win, or they're turning the consoles off. The competition is done for them, and that's it. That's a lot of pressure.
That is a lot of pressure. I mean, at least they've already made a great tournament. The thing is, all players here, they know they can go all the way. So when you're in the winners bracket, it's not like there's no pressure, but it's just not the same. In losers bracket, I think it's more about having a good mind state in the moment, and it's a skill they all have. So it's gonna be more about character.
Well, we'll see what happens. I think the players are ready. Let's jump into it. We can see how they do line up. These two going head-to-head. Rampazzo, R10 taking on Gabriel, R10, Richard and Brandon. It's over to you guys. You can dissect how they're starting up this match.
Thank you very much, Carl and Alabari. And yes, here we go then. Let's jump into our loser bracket semi-final, Richard. This was a match that took place back in December, but in a different scenario. If you won, you made it to a grand final. This time, you got a win to stay in the tournament. We'll have a look at the teams first and foremost. This is Rampazzo's team, and a quick look at that one. Not too long to dissect it. But then over to this side, a very expensive Alan St. Maximin in that team. Foot freeze, Roberto Firmino seems to be a common theme over in South America. Richard, any other interesting picks between those two sides?
Well, the team on the right with Gabriel, it looks like it's probably going to end up being Vieira at centre-back with Theo Hernandez potentially going into CDM next to Roberto Firmino, and then Mendy always a left-back. I don't see him playing a back four with Hernandez at centre-back, nor Mendy at centre-back. So I think there's going to be a switch around there with Vieira dropping back to CB, but let's wait and see.
Well, here we go then. As we said, these two played back in December in qualifying number one. It was a game that went all the way down to a penalty shootout to decide a spot in the grand final against PH Zin. Back then it was Gabriel that got his chance to take on our champion of qualifier number one. Of course, it was another R10 player. We're looking at another two R10 players here, Rampazzo and Gabriel PN. Them two had an interesting run in qualifier number two. Of course, they were in the winners bracket at some point, but they did fall down, unfortunately, into that loser bracket. Both players went in very different ways. Actually, if you look across the board, it was Gabriel that came straight through the loser bracket. He lost quite early on in the tournament and then turned it around, beating Diego 5-2 in that loser round one, beating Resende, a player that was actually in qualifier number one, 3-2 to get himself back in qualifying number two. Whilst on the other side of that, Richard, Rampazzo fell to the hands of Tyus, who actually just lost in that last game. So potentially another rematch. It seems like rematches are a common occurrence here in South America, especially in the knockout rounds.
I'm just looking at Patrick Vieira. He's actually playing as a central midfielder, and it's Hernandez who's gone into centre-back.
Could be a chance here for Gabriel Richard. He's dancing in the box. Back to Cristiano Ronaldo. He drops the shoulder. Wow, wow, wow. That is a goal to remember. And funny enough, that's the first one of the day today. You guys can have your say in the chat right now. Rampazzo or Gabriel PN. Type it in the chat. Type in the chat which player you're voting for to come out on top in that game. I can assure you, after that goal, Richard, there's probably going to be quite a few votes for Gabriel.
Beautiful goal. The ball roll scoop turn, only one animation. It's one of the favourites for pro players this year. Then also you saw the use of the super cancel inside the box. He shot, cancelled it very quickly, managed to get a little bit of space and just smashed it past the goalkeeper.
I think the main element of that goal that was so special, Rich, was how patient he was around the box. He had so many skill moves being linked up. The combinations were absolutely ridiculous. You can just see that bar sliding at the bottom. It's all Rampazzo at the moment. 75% of you, I believe, maybe a little bit more, voting for Rampazzo to win this game. Remember, you guys can have your say in the Twitch chat. Here comes Gabriel looking for a second. Tries to punch that ball from Neymar into Pele. A little bit too heavy on the pass there. Didn't get to see too much of the team of Rampazzo, Richard. They've had a couple of minutes to dissect it to see how he's lining up today.
Yeah, I can see, obviously, CR7, Mbappe, the 89 Bruno Fernandes in the squad. It's a pretty standard team, in all honesty. There's not too much out of this world variety. Walker and Varane as the centre-backs, Mendy and Pele. You see moving forward there with the ball. Marcus Rashford as a wide player. Pretty standard, you would say.
One thing I want to touch upon is that, I mean, speaking a lot about these names that keep on appearing in South America, new names, such a talented region with rising stars coming out, those Hall of Fame names you would also say that are still there, the Zinios, Lucas Reps, However, FIFA, I'm sure, still within that conversation. And then, of course, you've got the Paolo Netos. The list goes on. Gabriel's been in quite a few finals, Richard, but just a step off the mark. Think back to Summer Cup Series. Made a grand final against Paolo Neto. Lost that. Qualifying number 1 in December. Made a final. Lost that to PH Zin. Some would often say that at some point, I know we're a long way away from that. He's got to win this game. He's got to win the loser bracket final and then try and take down PH Zin in the grand final if he was to go the full way. Some would say that this man is probably on his way towards a win at some point, maybe this season.
Yes, certainly. I'm going to counter that point by saying you can be a very good player and make plenty of finals. What a save from Edwin van der Sar that is. But you might potentially be a nearly man. You've got to get over the line. You've got to get that win. Once you get one, multiple start coming. We saw it. Oli Lito, as soon as he won one tournament, multiple tournaments started coming. Oli Bolly, exactly the same. He won a Foothead Cup, and now he just went and won Qualifier 1.
Could be a chance to equalise here for Rampazzo. Rashford, of all players, just sort of thrown the ball in a really tight space and sort of questioned to do something. When it went for a scoop turn and unfortunately couldn't do much more than that. If you have just tuned in to the broadcast, this is day 1 of qualifier number 2 here in South America. You're looking at the Xbox Final 4. We're in our loser bracket semi-final. We already know that PH Zin has booked a place in our grand final tonight. The second time he's done that. Potentially he could be on his way to create some history for himself if he's to go and win that. Here's Bobby Firmino, someone who was heavily involved last game. Pele maybe goes down to ground, does stand up on his feet after that lunging tackle came in from Kyle Walker in at the back. Many people will be thinking, why are these teams so stacked or why they are so different? There are a handful of squad restrictions that are involved, which will alter the team slightly. They'll move things around here and there, and we'll see that, and we'll talk about it as best we can over the qualifiers as new players get dropped into the game. It's the first time we've been able to see foot freeze items moved into a couple of teams, and at the moment, it seems like Roberto Firmino is a common player that keeps on popping up.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure as well, post-Team of the Year, I think I saw on social media today, there's a new set of restrictions from January 31st that the players are going to have to be following as well, so don't get too familiar with your squads, because they might have to change after the Team of the Year promo is released.
Here he comes again, Gabriel. Ronaldo. Can find a way around the corner for Pele there, and that should do us for half-time in leg number 1. Gabriel leads by a goal to nil. It was a fantastic strike by Cristiano Ronaldo. 11 minutes into the game. Up there, probably one of my favourite goals of the day so far, Richard. And other than that, nothing really to talk about. Rampazzo had a couple of half-hearted chances, but in all honesty, he struggled to get in the box of Gabriel.
Yeah, really not too much that we've seen so far in this game. You're looking at Gabriel's point of view. He did get the goal. Thinking back to the game that we saw in December between these two, 3-3 penalty shootout, I seem to remember a lot of the action came in the second leg. Potentially, It could be a repeat of that said result.
Yeah, well, as you've just touched upon there, Richard, all the games are over 2 legs. It's an aggregate scoreline that will determine who stays in qualifier number 2 and who, unfortunately, will go out of the tournament. In the top 4, they won't leave empty-handed. They'll leave, of course, with some prize money, some Global Series ranking points, which are so important. Ranking points will get you to the Global Series playoffs. And then off that, who knows? You might make it to a grand final. Gabriel, PN, trying to find a second in this tie. Vieira linking up with his counterpart of Roberto Firmino in those 2 CDM roles. Nice and refreshing to see that any in this region are going for that duo. I'm trying to think across the board of anyone, other pros that I've seen back that combination as of yet. I'm sure we'll see it in East Asia. They've been in action today. They're in action again tomorrow morning. Lots of FIFA esports taking place at the moment. Of course, Europe back underway for qualifier number 2 next weekend. So make sure you stay tuned. Lovely ball around the corner. Rampazzo potentially through Bruno Fernandes. He's not got all the pace in the world. He's got to offload it back to Pele. Half a drag back. He runs straight into the brick wall of Patrick Vieira.
Just right place, right time, Patrick Vieira. As soon as you try and turn inside the box, that 6'4" frame, especially the 88 variant of Vieira with the added pace as well and dribbling, he's just everywhere where you need him.
Say, I mean, one player we haven't even spoken about, Richard, that's Schmeichel in goal for Gabriel. Whether that's regarding to, I mean, I would say regarding to restrictions, but you can use any goalkeeper in the current restrictions, I do believe. He's gone for Schmeichel. What's happened there? Keeper's just teased himself off the line. It will go out for a goal kick anyway. But Schmeichel, I remember there's been occasions where pros go through different sort of mindsets with goalkeepers. They sometimes, it's a love-hate relationship with many goalkeepers in terms of you go through a couple of months where you'll love a goalkeeper or they might make some unbelievable saves, and then after maybe a couple of weekend leagues, a bad qualifier, a bad tournament, you start to fall out of love with that goalkeeper. Schmeichel comes in for Gabriel. I can't think back to whether he was in goal back in December. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
don't think it was. I know a number of the UK pros and EU pros have all been getting on board with Peter Schmeichel. They've been putting him in the teams. Potentially could be a knock-on effect of that. You're always watching what others are doing.
It's always good to take note, of course. Lovely ball. It's got to be a goal from Pele. It was one of them. When you get the ball into the box, if you can open up a pocket of space, drag out one of those centre-backs. That's exactly what happened there. A bit of a gift of a goal for Pele, in all honesty. Rampazzo back into the game. And a really important goal because, in all honesty, he didn't create much up to the 60th minute mark. But Pele, right place, right time. Game all square here at 1-1 with 23 minutes left on the clock, Richard.
A very nice goal as well. Let's not take anything away from it from Rampazzo. Works the space really neatly on the edge of the box. Little back heel from Patrick Vieira. Maybe not the player that you wanted to see on the ball. But he did the job, just moved it onto Pele. First time finish past the goalkeeper. No real doubt that Pele was going to score.
That could be an interesting conversation to have with the Twitch chat, the halfway point in this game. We'll speak about goalkeepers. We'll come back to that after we see how this first leg does play out. There is a pause cued by Gabriel. He's looking to make some late changes. I know that Ryan Kent has recently had an inform. I'm sure he's causing nightmares to quite a few of us on Weekend League. Not a rose to the final item this time that he did pick up last year. Instead, it's an inform this time around after the unbelievable season that Rangers have been having. I doubt it'll be on many pros' benches, but I'm sure it's a conversation to have either way to see who is on the benches of these pros with the current restrictions they're up against.
Yeah, maybe come the summer, if he was to get a team of the season, potentially Ryan Kent could be there. But I think he's just a little too low right now.
Yeah, he offers you that pace. I mean, not the worst weak foot or skill moves, but yeah, just lacking a couple of stats.
Tavernier, on the other hand, very usable right back, and potentially I wouldn't even be surprised to see him, Kyle Walker linking into James Tavernier and then an icon to get the chemistry.
Let's have a look then, Richard, at the
Speaking
changes.
Of Tavernier, you see him there on the bench, 84 Tavernier, not the road to the final. I should say headliners. The live foot item, not the road to the final. The headliners foot item, James Tavernier.
I was going to say, nothing too fancy about those changes. It will be Traore, the 84-foot freeze, that will come onto the fray of things in a CDM role. And then just Ousmane Dembele. Basic standard Ousmane Dembele in the Lamb area. We know he offers you a very good 5-star. And a lot of pace, especially with about 10 in-game minutes left. It can be very viable and really important to use.
Speaking of James Tavernier, though, it's a little bit of a sticky situation because if Rangers were to win, I think, one more game, he then goes up a permanent 1+ upgrade, which would put him into the 87 to 89 category. And are you going to use one of those players on a right back? Probably not.
It's often that talking point that Ultimate Team is so good for. I remember Liverpool last year. You remember so many of their players, whether it was Champions League items, whether it was Team of the Seasons, Team of the Years. The better that Liverpool got, the better every single one of their players got in game. Hence why Virgil van Dijk was a monster of a defender to go up against. And the same thing will happen with any team that performs well in terms of Team of the Weeks, Team of the Seasons. When we get to that stage, I think we'll be seeing many unfamiliar faces in Team of the Year this time round whenever that is released into the game of FIFA 21. Just 3 in-game minutes left here, all square at 1-1 between these two. They gave us a tight game back in December, and at the moment, Richard, we're living back up to that exact same expectation. 2 minutes left, and all square here at 1-1. There might just be enough time for one more chance. Just overplayed that one. It's a case of waiting for that final whistle and that additional time from the referee.
Yeah, both of these two teammates, nothing at all can be separated, as that will do us for the first leg in this game. One apiece, and everything to play for in the second leg, Brandon. You can see that they're teammates, the way that they're playing, because the little reads and little super cancels and things like that, the potentially on other opponents would have worked. They would have sold a defender. It's not happening here.
Yeah, as I said, they both do play for R10. That's Ronaldinho's esports organisation. I actually had the pleasure as well of meeting the icon in the game just a couple of days after qualifier number 1. I'm sure that Ronaldinho did catch up with all the action that these guys were involved in. I'm sure he's really proud of everything they have achieved. Let's look back on some of those goals, Richard. That one, for me, was an unbelievable finish. 11 minutes into the game from Gabriel. A couple of half-hearted efforts there. Great save from Edwin van der Sar. But then there was a response, wasn't there? About 16 game minutes into this one.
Yeah, you see Schmeichel there. Great save at the near post, just smothering it. Patrick Vieira on the ball, played into Kylian Mbappe. You just see here, just waiting for the space to open up. Couple of step overs, waiting. Vieira gets it. Lovely little back heel from Vieira. And Pele never missing that chance at the near post. And that was the only action of the game. Going into the second leg, one apiece. He's up for grabs. It really is up for grabs. The winner of this game will be playing against SPQR Fierce. If you are just joining us in the losers bracket final, and in the grand final, you guessed it, PH Zin is waiting.
Yeah, he is, Rich. And as I alluded to, we're speaking about goalkeepers. It's your time at home to have your say on goalkeepers on FIFA 21. Who is your current goalkeeper on FIFA 21 Ultimate Team? Mine is Alisson at the moment, Richard. I don't know who you're rocking with at this moment in time.
So I've got an untradeable Alisson in the club, but I'm not sold on him as of yet. So I'm actually just running with, believe it or not, Areola, the Fulham French goalkeeper.
Really? Wow.
So he gets he's untradeable. He gets a French link into Varane, and then a Premier League link into inform red Joe Gomez. So yeah, Areola.
A lot of love for Nick Pope. I mean, he's cheap, he's cheerful, he's tall. He makes some unbelievable saves. He's pretty meta for many pros. I'm sure if we saw a really low restriction tournament, Richard, within the Global Series or outside of the Global Series, Nick Pope is probably going to be that man. Some love for Edwin van der Sar. You saw some of the saves he just made in that last game there. Again, a great goalkeeper, but he is an icon. And with icons come a lot of coins, which is a bit of a pain. Ter Stegen, again, I loved him last year, Ter Stegen, but I haven't really had the chance to use him this year, and I don't know if he's on the same lines as he was last year.
Yeah, more importantly than goalkeepers, I'll tell you what, he's a keeper. This shirt that I'm wearing, because someone in the chat said, love the shirt, Buckley. Where can I get it from?
Oh, it's a nice little compliment, isn't it?
It really is. I always try and pick one out just to brighten my day.
Are we going to have another special shirt tomorrow, maybe, or?
I'll see what I can dig out.
Well, as I said, thank you very much to everyone that is tuned in to today's tournament. This is day 1 of qualifier number 2 here in South America. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley will be guiding you through all of the in-game action today as we're looking at our Xbox competitors. Tomorrow we'll be back on the PlayStation and we'll be saying hello to Nicholas, 99FC, the Iceman of FC Basel, back in action. Looking forward to seeing him again. And I tell you what, someone else we're looking forward to seeing again is Rampazzo turning this game around. Unbelievable turnaround there. I mean, after, I was talking about 66 minutes of the last game, we didn't see anything from Rampazzo. He was really struggling to get a goal and to try and break down Gabriel. That is one hell of a way to start this second leg. 6 minutes into it, and what a finish, Richard.
Yeah, the step over reverse elastico combination right there, showing its real true quality with Rampazzo in the final third. This could be a chance to answer back straight away. Kyle Walker just getting a block on it as the finesse was arrowing into that bottom corner.
Yeah, just couldn't angle it. I tell you what, Edwin van der Sar, a little bit fortunate there. Dropped the ball at his feet, tried to clear it long. Fortunately, Wasn't the best time to do that. But Gabriel looking to get back into the game straight away. Lovely bridge touch. Edwin van der Sar again. I don't know if there's a little bit of lag for Ramparzo. That's 2 or 3 times. He's nearly been caught out with his Dutch goalkeeper. Got to be sure to input that button. Sequence of whatever he wants to do, whether it's a circle or a square. Just go long. Get rid of that ball.
It does often take a while, though, to power up when you're kicking it long with the goalkeeper, so I've been caught out a couple of times.
Vieira for Gabriel. Back to Pella. There's that bridge touch. Well defended. Really well done. At the back by Carl Walker. But look at that swarm of just black shirts just all around Ramparzo. Lovely long ball forward. Did really well to get himself out of that danger. But very inconsistent high through balls this year. If you do them quite regularly, you'll know that. Even with the best of players, it can be either a little bit too heavy when you hit them, or maybe not even towards the player of choice you're looking for. Got to be certain that you're making the right choice when you are using that technique of through ball. Saint-Maximin literally punches that into the feet of Ronaldo. Back to Saint-Maximin. Well read, Varane. Sticks a leg out, does the Frenchman, and ensures that Ramparzo is up by a goal. Now remember, whoever loses this leg, and the aggregate scoreline will be out of the tournament. It's as simple as that. They will be going back to the drawing board for qualifier number 3. Last time out in qualifier 1, these two went to a penalty shootout in a 3-3 decider that went all the way to the very wire, Richard. And look at how this game's being played. I could honestly see this being another tight one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on that particular occasion, it was Gabriel who came out on top on penalties. Pele in behind, just offside. I thought he was. The linesman getting the flag up in plenty of time. But penalties looking like, in all honesty, the game could finish like this. I know Gabriel's building attacks and he's certainly having a little bit more of the ball. But I really wouldn't be surprised to see this finish at 2-1.
Of course, I know you can't have a game plan as such, Richard, but if there was a game plan to follow for Ramparzo, this would be it. Score a goal in the first 10 minutes. I mean, you're going to take a lot of attacks and a lot of hits in terms of what you've got to defend. But a perfect start for him. He's a third of the way through the game where he does lead by 2-1. Of course, he's looking for his revenge here. Lovely ball forward. This could be a chance we can whip that into the box. He does look for that cross towards the back post. Pele's there. And on the volley. Finds that left bottom corner. We know how deadly crosses could be this year. A fantastic goal for Ramparzo. And now he's up by 2 goals to the good.
Using the wide players so effectively is Ramparzo right there. You saw Neymar just down that left-hand side. As soon as he got into the area and the run started to peel away at the back post, there was only one thing on his mind. R1 square. It's been nerfed, and it's still, if that cross goes in and it lands on the player's foot for the volley, 9 times out of 10, it's a goal.
This is interesting. Gabriel has made a pause now. It's time for him to change something up. Otherwise, Ramparzo could be up by 3-0. Elastico. Chance. Cristiano Ronaldo. Lovely drag back. Oh, an even better finish into the back of the net. 36 minutes into this one. And literally the half of dreams from Ramparzo, Richard, after a really hard first leg. He couldn't find a way into the leg. He struggled to create chances. And what a first 36 minutes this has been. Up by 3 goals to the good and up by 4-1 on aggregate, Richard.
36 minutes to remember from Ramparzo. As we see, no real change of emotions for him. Gabriel, deep in the tactics right now, has to change if he wants to try and keep his tournament alive. But Ramparzo blowing Gabriel away in the opening half.
Gabriel had the last laugh last time, Richard, on a penalty shootout win. This time round, the table's going to turn, and are we going to be seeing Ramparzo book a spot into that loser final? Chance round the corner. This could be a way back into the tie. Cristiano deflected shot. Is it going to be an open goal? Is he going to be onside? No, he's not. Surely not. There you go. Just offside there, Roberto Firmino, but prime example of not just a CDM, a player that can also offer you quite a lot in the box. A born finisher, some would say.
Well, the team press has to be implemented right now. It has to come out in full force for Gabriel. It will leave you exposed at the back as Cancelo gets caught out there yet again. But it's do or die situation for Gabriel.
We can't concede again. That goes without saying. Has to be so secure at the back. Yes, we know he's going to be putting more players forward, as you've alluded to, Richard. That depth will be high. That team press will be there. We'll just maybe give him a couple more options going forward. Ferland Mendy. Last chance of the half. That ball has to go into the box. It's cleared out for a corner. It's the only time that the referee really allows the game to play on in additional time. And what can he do from here? Every single player back in the box. Lofted up towards the back post and just cleared out a play. There you go. That will do us for half-time in this second leg. The tables have turned, Richard. 3-0. Rampazzo leads 4-1 on aggregate. What a half.
3 shots, 3 on target, 3 goals from Rampazzo. It's been clinical finishing in the final third, and 3 very different goals as well, in all honesty. We saw a cross to the back post. We saw that beautiful through ball into CR7, and then the ball roll just to slot it past the goalkeeper. It's been a real display of all of Rampazzo's attacking brilliance in 45 minutes.
As I alluded to, it's something that we wish we saw a bit more in that leg number 1. But with this 2-leg scenario we find ourselves in all of these tournaments, you often see such different performances across the 4 individual halves. Players sort of peaking at different times. Speaking of a player peaking, that's what Gabriel has to do. He's down by 3 goals on aggregate. The only way that this game can go into extra time is if it is 4-4. He does bag 3 goals. Well defended. On that occasion, it was the France defender in Rafael Varane. Chance to drive forward now. Pele has to come back and defend. Rashford, lovely ball in the box. Oh, it's just wide. Love that right bottom corner from Mbappe. It's looking for that exact same chance again. A very efficient and effective way to score this year. Not so easy to do so after a couple of patches have been introduced in recent times. But if you can get that ball across the box, Rich, and you've got good headers of the ball at the back post, you can cause some real issues for your opponent.
Yeah, you're looking more for volleys, in all honesty. It was Kylian Mbappe. The only reason that's not gone in is Mbappe's 4-star weak foot, as he's arrived onto the ball at the back post, just dragging it wide. If that's a Johan Cruyff or maybe even a Neymar, you would probably think the back of the net would be rustling.
Gabriel building now. Got to find the back of the net. Went for a scoop turn. Couldn't get round the fullback there. And Rampazzo will survive that. He's done well. He's nearly knocked off 15 minutes of this second half, and that will be big for him. Just percentages in this second half. Let's take a couple of minutes here. Let's take a couple of minutes here out of the game, because the longer I can go without conceding, the more pressure it's going to put on Gabriel, and then he's going to be forced to play it through at the back. He's going to be forced to go into a constant pressure, constant team press. You can see it now, how defensive Rampazzo's naturally trying to be, to just suck out any couple of seconds he can from the tie. But lost possession now. Here comes Cristiano Ronaldo. Can he find a way through? Well played. Vieira does it well again to break up the play. Now these are the areas where he can put this game to bed. Can Rampazzo. Rashford up against Mendy. Rashford still with it now, and it'll go for a corner and into a pause. It shall go for Gabriel. He'll be the player making the changes for Rampazzo. There's no need to change anything, Richard, because he's 26 in-game minutes away from a loser final here in qualifier number 2 in South America.
He's played his second half pretty perfect as well, in all honesty. He's really limited the amount of ball possession Gabriel has been able to accumulate in this second half. And the 65th minute, he's got a corner in the attacking third. It's very much the perfect scenario for Rampazzo, as long as he doesn't get counter-attacked on from said corner. I'm surprised he's whipping it into the box, to be honest. I would have assumed that he'd have played short. Memphis Depay brought on for Gabriel.
Yeah, someone who had a recent in-form just a couple of days ago. We'll come onto the pitch to hopefully inject some pace and energy going forward. But interesting cross, as you said, just gave away possession. You can see already the defensive style that Rampazzo is trying to implement. He's trying to play back and home and then get all the players forward of Gabriel. Then look to go big with a big clearance forward. It could be a long high through ball to get that pacey forward. And there's Rashford. Acres of space to run into. And this is what happens when you overcommit. There's going to be lots of gaps and a chance to really put this game to bed. Cristiano Ronaldo goes for that one more touch. Tries to play the ball in to Pele. Fortunate enough, Roberto Firmino was just about back to intercept that one. But time's running out for Gabriel, Richard. Unless he gets a goal before the 80th minute, even one, just don't see there being a way back in this.
Yeah, he's struggling. This has to be it. That's it. I genuinely think, even though there's 18 minutes left, I think that is the game.
It was an interesting chance there. He went for the fake shot inside. For me, I'm backing Cristiano Ronaldo at that near post. Easy for us to sit here and to have an easy mindset on it. We're not the ones playing, but for me, what a chance wasted there. Could be a chance now. That's for a corner. Well defended into the pause menu. Will go again. Rampazzo, does he want to change anything? Any fresh personnel for him? Can't see anyone that has been introduced. Here we go. Dembele again, is it going to be?
It's going to be Traore. I'm thinking maybe Lozano at Lamb. No, just Traore and Tavernier brought on. Traore as a right attacking mid, and also Tavernier as a right CDM. The reason Tavernier at CDM is just very well rounded. Not particularly the position that you would necessarily start him or play him usually, but off of the bench at 5 chemistry with 14 minutes left to play. He's pacey, he's got good passing, good dribbling, decent defending and physical. He will do a job for you in that area.
Yeah, some would say a little bit like Trent Alexander-Arnold, if you remember it last year, his Team of the Year item. Of course, some players would still back him in at right back, but can be a very viable CDM of choice. Adama Traore, he's in the box, he's in acres of space to put this game to bed, surely for Rampazzo, or is he just going to see the game out? No! His passes just mixed up there and does lose possession. It's moments like that that can really cost you. In big matches of FIFA like that, I know there's still a 3-goal cushion between these two, and fortunate enough, the error's there. Right place, right time to get rid of that ball. And so 100% ensure that there will not be a way back in this one for Gabriel. Last time out, it was a penalty shootout win in December in qualifier number 1, where Gabriel had the last laugh. We'll go 5 weeks on from that. And Rampazzo won't need penalties, he won't need extra time, Richard. He's done it in 2 legs with an incredible scoreline of 4-1. And even if there is a consolation now for Gabriel, there just isn't going to be enough time or a way back into this one. And unfortunately, it will be good night. And unfortunately, out the tournament, qualifying number 2 for Gabriel.
And again, it's been a second leg performance that's seen a player over the line. It's a seriously underrated skill to have. Forgetting the first leg instantly and getting straight into a second leg with a fresh mindset, a fresh game plan, and picking up wins.
Yeah, 100%. I hear you there. He wants one more just to close out this really classy performance. Gabriel's still not going to let him through, but you've got to look at the positives here. As you said, Richards, thousands of people signed up for these qualifiers all over the world, across all of the different regions involved in the FIFA 21 Global Series. And yes, it might be a top 4 finish, but still, it's massive Global Series points on the board. Seconds away, referee, conclude the tie. And there you go, Rampazzo will stay in qualifier number 2. He will be in a loser final. And it's all to play for still in South America. Unfortunately, commiserations to Gabriel. He does fall this time in the loser bracket once again. A step before where he made last time, Richard. But still, you know, Global Series points in the bag. The fact he's made a top 4 finish. Look across all the regions, Richard, not just South America. No one else is really doing that, making back-to-back qualifications.
Yeah, the consistency level, we spoke about it at the top of the show, from 3 of these 4 South American Xbox players, Rampazzo, Gabriel and PH Zin is incredible. We're seeing the best of the best from that losers bracket semi-final right now. Cristiano Ronaldo, beautiful dead stop elastico inside the box. The ball roll just sending his player out of the tournament.
It was really the half of dreams, wasn't it, Richard? 36 minutes into it, Rampazzo scored 3 goals, was up by 4 goals. So there's a couple of chances for Gabriel, but unfortunately just a lot of frustration as he couldn't find the back of the net there. But that's 2 games down, Rich. We know that PH Zin is in our ultimate grand final tonight. That means that Gabriel will not be in a grand final tonight, so we'll be seeing a new grand finalist. But he leaves the tournament. He does get some Global Series ranking points to take home with him, and into qualifying number 3, I'm sure we'll be seeing at least one more repeated qualifier. But what a second leg. I think you said it perfectly. When you win these 2-legged formats, we're seeing such different performances over the 4 individual halves of FIFA. People peak in that second leg. People start really well in games. I don't know what it is, but it's just one of those things that always seems to happen.
It can be a number of things. It can be you playing not to lose the first leg, and in the second leg you just mentally go a little bit more aggressive, you are more clinical in the final third, you take less risks. It can be also the fact that you yourself are warming up, you're getting more comfortable playing in the game with the connection that you're playing with.
Yeah.
Or number 3, it can also be you've figured out your opponent a little bit more. You've had 90 minutes to play against them. You're going into a fresh game against the same opponent again. You've started to realise some tendencies that they're doing. They're starting to realise some of the things that you're doing. You might be a little bit more unpredictable than your opponent, and that could be the thing that really sets you away from your opponent in a somewhat tight game.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. There's so many different elements to why these 2-legged games are so different, and I'm sure we'll be discussing it more over the next couple of games tonight. Let's have a look at some of those match stats, Rich. Anything that jumps off the page for you? There wasn't really a great deal of chances compared to that PH Zin game we scored. We saw 8 chances to 1. You're looking at 2 shots to 1. You're looking at 3 shots to 2. Not many goals to talk about in that first leg. Possession evenly split, as you'd expect to see. Passing accuracy maybe a little bit down in that second leg. You normally see it about 90 plus between the two, but nothing really to sort of nitpick there between Rampazzo and Gabriel, other than that we saw, I should say, 5 goals in the game.
Yeah, it's a very even game, in all honesty. The only thing wasn't even was the scoreline in the end, with Rampazzo running out with a pretty comfortable victory, 4 goals to 1. That will see him face SPQR Tias in the losers bracket final, with PH Zin waiting in the grand final. While we've been commentating, there's been a couple of people waiting to get their input on that game. Kyle Walker, Uli Bari, what were your thoughts?
Well, my predictions were wrong for who's getting to the grand final, because Rampazzo, well, he, in that second leg, Uli, well, he went down. He scored 3 goals, he really dominated, he really showed what he's capable of. That sets up the losers final right there against SPQR Tejas. But one question I wanted to ask you, Uli, was these two came up against each other in qualifier number 1. In this losers final in qualifier number 1, Gabriel R10 and Rampazzo R10. And it was Gabriel who came out on top. What do you think Rampazzo's been working on? What do you think Rampazzo's done in that time now?
Yeah, I mean, GG's to Gabriel, and Rampazzo just was better today. I mean, at this level, they could have both won, but as Richard and Brandon were saying, it's just the details. And just when it comes to finishing, Rampazzo was just on point. Something curious that I'm seeing in these squads is that they go for Pele instead of R9. But that makes sense because once you have an advantage, they usually start playing with 2 strikers. But once you have an advantage, they change to 4-2-3-1. And that's when it's better to have an attacking mid, a number 10 like Pele. So great stuff, beautiful stuff from Rampazzo. So congratulations for him.
Congratulations indeed. Now, do remember, if you're watching with Mercado Libre, you get the best of 2021 Global Series action. So make sure that you download the app and discover the best way to buy online. We've got plenty more action coming up for you very, very shortly. That losers bracket final right there. Head been set up beautifully. SPQR Teus taking on Rampazzo R10. And we're seeing not just two great players going head-to-head, Uli, but also two massive esports organisations going head-to-head. If you want to be part of these teams, you have to be the best of the best, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. SPQR has been on the top of South America FIFA scene for a while, and now R10 is pushing strong. So, yeah, props to both of those esports organizations. And now, I mean, you got it right last time, Kyle, and I don't wanna brag about it, but I'm really close. If Rampazzo wins this next match, I think I called the final. Even though I wanted Canada to go with Teus, but I wanted him to win.
Wait a
My
minute.
prediction was PHC.
No. You
I'm just saying.
can't now pretend that was your prediction. I'm not having it. I'm not having it at all, Uli.
I mean, the facts are there. The facts are there. You can go watch the
Okay,
the replay
all right.
while we're on the break.
Let's move on. All right. At Electronic Arts, we believe in the power of positive play. Mental health is top of mind for all of us. So we've got plenty of resources that we're providing to the competitive players that are taking part in all of the tournaments. Just being part of the gaming community, be positive, fun, fair, and safe for all. We look forward to building a healthy and positive community together. We've got a short film together to show how we're helping people's mental health.
Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you text and have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like?
Yes, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker, and joining me is Rodrigo Ulibarri, aka Uli, because we are all friends right here. Uli, we've got our losers bracket final coming up very shortly. SPQR Teus taking on Rampazzo from the R10 Esports Organization. Rampazzo is going to want to get all the way through to that final. He's very close in the Global Series rankings. He's up there in the top 3. Now he wants to go ahead. He wants to take on PHZ, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that PHC and Gabriel, even with the loss, and Rampazzo are through to playoffs in South America, just because being here in twice in a row, the amount of world ranking points they have, they have a place secured. So it's about seeding. So it's not all bad news for Gabriel. And Rampazzo, of course, wants to go all the way now. I think he has what it takes, but then let's see who can beat PHC, right?
Yes, let's see who can beat PHZ. He's the man to be. If you are at home, then we want to hear from you, all right? We want you to join the conversation, so make sure you use the hashtag FGS21. Share your thoughts with us, all right? We do want to hear all of your thoughts. Who's going to win those games? Who's going to come out on top? We want to hear from you. Now, something that's a little bit different this year is our viewership rewards. Now, I will say there's no viewership rewards for this tournament right here, but there's plenty of others where you will be rewarded for watching the best FIFA 21 action on offer.
During the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your viewership rewards. For the first time, you will receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world compete at the highest level. Simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on select weekends, and you will receive one FIFA Global Series swap token per weekend. Tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your account. These tokens are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team, with some great pack rewards up for grabs. The more tokens you earn by watching on more eligible weekends, the more flexibility you will have to decide which rewards to get. Don't miss out. Link your accounts, watch the FIFA 21 Global Series, and redeem your rewards.
Yes, make sure you do not miss out. You do not want to miss any of those viewership rewards right there. We are deep into the competition here on the Xbox side of things here at the South America Qualifier number 2 in the FIFA 21 Global Series. We can have a look at the bracket. We can have a look at how things are standing currently. PHC kicked us off with a win and made his way through to that grand final, meaning SPQR Teus was waiting to see the winner out of Rampazzo and Gabriel R10, and it was Rampazzo who came out victorious in that one. Gabriel goes home, turns his console off, and it sets us up for our loser final right there. SPQR Teus taking on Rampazzo R10, and early, this is an exciting matchup because for me, I'm now rooting for SPQR Teus. I want him to do well. I want him to get that rematch with PHZ in that grand final. It's the first time that he's been at one of these qualifiers. He wasn't here at the first one in December. The pressure might be on him, but it's an enjoyable time for him to showcase his skills.
Yeah, it sure is, Kyle. I think both scenarios would be something to watch, either if it's Teus getting a rematch or Rampazzo trying to go all the way this time. This is gonna be a top match. I would say that Rampazzo comes with some advantage because he is in rhythm, and also because he just had a great performance. So yeah, good luck to both though. And just Kyle talking about positivity, I just wanted, because before in the preview of the last game, you did say that, or laughed about Brandon's performance on the Weekend League. And I just want to say that this man, Brandon Smith, played a Weekend League with 11 goalkeepers. And even though he only got 3 wins out of like 20 games, but those 3 wins will be remembered in FIFA history forever. So I think you owe him an apology. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I would apologize because... No, I'm not going to apologize. It's Brandon Smith. Go to gang. He knows how good he is. He knows the level he's at. But he does take on some crazy Weekend League challenges right there. So I will take my imaginary hat off to him and say well done to Brandon for those challenges right there. Respect. Yes, of course, respect, because I struggled to get 3 wins in a Weekend League with a normal team. So he did it with goalkeepers. Congratulations to him, you know. I'm a bit jealous. Let's bring Brandon and Richard in. I think we can talk to them. I've been told to apologise to you, Brandon.
It's nice to hear something positive to me, Carl. It's a nice treat. Thank you very much, Olivara. Yeah, a bit of advice. Never use 11 goalkeepers in weekend league. Never again. Worst idea in the world.
Yeah, it's not the best of ideas. What's the challenge for this weekend? What have you got?
Just to try and get gold 1, mate. But, you know, is that possible?
No, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry.
We'll have to wait and see.
Don't even bother. Richard Buckley, if you had 11 goalkeepers in your team, do you think that you'd be able to beat 3 wins?
I do, yes. And I'm willing to put the challenge down on the line that I will get more than 3 wins.
Oh, wow.
Kyle Walker.
I had 9 games left. I didn't finish my full 30.
I mean, I can't get over the fact that Richard is in a tropical shirt right there. He's got some sunglasses on. He looks like he's on holiday. Someone in the Twitch chat was asking about where we can get the shirt. I think we all need shirts like that, Richard. I'm not sure if you can sort that out for us, you know.
I mean, I could probably walk to yours, Kyle, and drop it off outside your door, because we live about 8 minutes away from each other.
Yeah, that's true. We're not far at all. We're not far at all. Right, we are looking ahead to this losers bracket final. Richard, Brandon. I mean, these two going head to head. SPQR Teus, we saw that he was on the end of a heavy defeat in that first matchup. So his pride, his ego might be a little bit dented, but Brandon, he's got to brush that to the side. He's got a big opponent in Rampazzo to take on.
Yeah, well, the interesting point about this game, Carl, is that these two actually did play to get to today's tournament. It was actually Tyus that beat him 3-2, and that was that video that went viral on social media of him in tears with his mum, and they're all celebrating that big moment. So he's technically one up on Rampazzo, but as you said, he's coming off the back of his first ever defeat in the tournament. So it's how do you pick yourself up from that scenario to come into this loser final?
That is very true. Richard, when you're looking at Rampazzo's performance right there, something that I did bring up with Uli before is he actually faced Gabriel in the losers bracket final at qualifier number 1. He's obviously gone away. He's had a few weeks to reassess. He's had a few weeks to practice. He's come back. He's got him again, and he's beat him. That must be a confidence booster.
Massive confidence booster. And I'm a big fan of the mental side of FIFA. And if you gave a complete stranger, you said, you've got a game of FIFA right now, one player has just lost 8-2, and one player has just won 4-1, who do you think is going to win? Every single person is going to back the person who's coming off the back of a victory. And I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see, can SPQ Arteus bounce back from not only a loss, but a battering in his first game?
Right, it's time for me and Uli to bow out. Richard, Brandon, it's over to you two.
Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, and here we go then. We are going into that loser final now. As I touched upon, Richard, interesting game because these two did play against each other to qualify for this tournament. It was Teus that won 3-2. You can have a look at both of these teams now. We'll kick it off Rampazzo's team. We just saw this team in action, Richard. Full of United players, full of informs, a couple of icons in there within the restrictions. A pretty solid team overall, in all honesty.
About as good as of a team as you can actually get with the restrictions that are in place there. On the side of SPQ Arteus, much more of a regular team, you would say. Only the one icon, the 85 central midfield Laurent Blanc. He's got, obviously, the big boys, Neymar, Mbappe, and Cristiano Ronaldo. Regular Rashford, and also regular Bruno Fernandes. So you would say the team advantage, just on the face of it, certainly favours Rampazzo, mainly Pele and Vieira. Those two players are big improvements on Rashford and also Vieira. And no Neymar for Rampazzo, but Neymar, a big player in SPQ Teus's team.
Yeah, the main difference, as you said, between the two is that, you know, he's got an informed Rashford and an informed Bruno Fernandes, a man that many people are loving in the football world at the moment. Manchester United fans are loving, and even FIFA pros are enjoying. Him in CDM seems to be the way forward in this one. But yeah, there's a lot on this game. You know, if you win this, you win a grand final up against PHZ. Could you be the player to take that man down and take him off his throne? These are the squad restrictions again, Richard. If you want to just quickly go through them as quick as you want to.
Yeah, you can read them for yourself right there. The highlights are you're only allowed one icon who is a higher rated icon, aka Hullet or R9 or Pele. You can't have Hullet and R9 together. You can't have Hullet and Pele together. And you've got to have one of your icons is up to 88, hence the superstar of that particular category being 88 Patrick Vieira. It's to create a more balanced playing field, so teams that are potentially worse. I mean, we saw it in qualifier number 1. I think we saw Sadio Mane, we saw N'Golo Kante. There's much more variation on players' squads when it is from home.
And we've also seen how sort of the benches have been hit. Of course, you don't really care about your bench as much because you want everything in that starting 11. Any extra squad restrictions you can squeeze in, high-rated players where you can or where you're missing out. The bench is your least of your priorities. As long as you've got someone that offers you a bit of pace, maybe a weak foot, a 5-star skill moves. That's why we're seeing, as you said, 83 Dembele on the bench and not the biggest of players because you don't want to waste anyone on your bench. You want it all to be in that starting 11. And without any further ado, here we go then. We're underway for our loser final here. Whoever loses this goes out of the tournament. Whoever wins goes into that grand final. Will it be R10 Rampazzo who will go one step further than he did in December? Last time in December, he lost at this exact moment against Gabriel on penalties. 5 weeks forward, Richard, he's just knocked out Gabriel, not on penalties, but 5-1 over the 2 legs.
Yeah, mentally, I think he's certainly turned a corner, has Rampazzo, beating Gabriel, almost getting over the ghost that haunted him in the previous tournament. The biggest question coming into this game that I want answered is how has SPQRTS, how is he going to bounce back from the defeat that he just suffered against PHZ? Because when you lose by such a big scoreline, it does take a real mental sort of knock on you.
That's a brilliant ball around the corner. This could be an early goal in the game for Rampazzo, who's on absolute cloud 9 at the moment. Off the back of a massive performance, Richard. And he looks to continue steamrolling through anyone that's in his way at the moment. It's a great ball forward. I don't know what happened with the defensive line there of Teus. Just completely caught off guard. Mbappe of acres of space. And what do you not do? You don't give Mbappe time or space in and around the box because 9 times out of 10 he's going to get his shot on target or probably score a goal. A brilliant start here from Rampazzo. 11 minutes into the tie. And I think to go back to that analogy you just had there about Teus, how's he react? He's at about an hour and 30 off, maybe you'd say, before this next game. How's he look back on that last game? As he said, right, I've lost the game. It's the first one I've lost, but I'm potentially coming up against someone that I've already beaten. Remember, these two did play against each other in the winners' bracket quarter-finals. Them two played against each other, and it was a 3-2 win for Teus. Again, that was 2 weeks ago. How much can you really look into that now? That's the biggest question.
You just saw the goal that was scored there defensively at 6s and 7s is SPQR Teus. João Cancelo has been done a few times in that game against PHC, especially the second leg. A lot of the goals came down the Portuguese fullback's side.
Yeah.
Just caught out of position, a little bit too high. It's certainly an area that I would look to exploit.
Not the start that you would have wanted in this game. You win it, you're in a grand final, you're guaranteed more prize money, more global series ranking points, which are so crucial for your season. Could be through again now. Pele, he's got acres of space he can drive into. Knew that he wasn't going to actually get past Varane there, so what to do instead? Cut back inside and try and lay that off to a forward. Didn't work out on that occasion. Bit of a guess pass from Teus. Does lose possession straight again. Now he has to defend Mbappe. Ronaldo running at him. Pele's there. Also Marcus Rashford at the back post. Lays that into Pele. Could we see a shot? The Brazilian forward. Instead just looks after possession. Looks after it really well, in fact. Lovely drag back around the corner. Could play in Ronaldo. Still doesn't want to use it. Back to Vieira. It's all about patient build-up now. From left to right. Where's that gap? Where's that key pass that will cut open that defence for me to find a goal? There it is. Pele, that's two. Surely it will be.
What a goal that is. Mbappe just waited and waited on the edge of the box. It looked like he was going away from goal. Quick turn of direction, fired into the path of Pele, who smashes past the goalkeeper. Rampazzo is on a rampage right now.
He's absolutely flying, isn't he, Richard? 2 goals in quick succession. I mean, he had such a good second leg against Gabriel. Not the best first leg. You go on to the next game. He's had probably the best first in-game 30 minutes we've seen from this man. Really, really impressive stuff. And now Tejas has to just show us someone. This is the first time he's actually been in the box of Rampazzo. He's really struggled so far to find a way through. That's a great ball around the corner if he can find Rashford, but fortunately Ferland Mendy was there. And he was in the way to make that tackle. Last thing you can do is go down 2 or 3 goals in your first leg, Richard. You're instantly chasing the game. You're instantly having to throw away your original game plan. What a save. Out it goes for a corner. Could have nearly been 3-0 there in 36 minutes. I mean, I think that's what happened in the second leg. Just coming back to it against Gabriel. He scored 3 goals in 36 minutes and had an unbelievable start to the tie. You can see the team there, 4-2-2. The Tejas, he, think of anything, just wants to have a breather because it's been non-stop defending for him in this first 35.
The game plan is well and truly out of the window right now, Brandon. He's just trying to survive at the minute. You've seen him go into his tactics here. He's certainly having a word with a coach there or maybe a friend in the arena hub which he's playing in. But it's been a struggle of an opening 35 minutes for him.
Oh no. That is not the way Tejas would have wanted to respond from that pause at all. Across towards the back post of all areas. And who else but Cristiano Ronaldo leaping above the rest, leaping above anybody in that box. We know he's got one hell of a leap on him.
It's actually such a good header as well. With manual heading, he's literally had to head that into the tiniest corner at the near post. I'm very, very impressed with that goal, actually. Yes, it might just look like a cross into the box and a hopeful header, but with how manual heading is, could have easily put that wide.
Really, really. Bad start to this game for him. As we said, we're only in our first leg. This is a 2-legged matchup. If you have just tuned in, this is qualifier number 2 in South America as part of the FIFA 21 Global Series. Is Mbappe back to Pele. One round the corner now. Oh, lovely reverse elastico. Back-to-back reverse elasticos. Maybe one more in there from Rashford. He's dancing, and why wouldn't he be? Free-flowing FIFA in the box at the moment. Up by 3 goals, looking for a 4th. Another corner to come in. He scored from his last one. It was Cristiano Ronaldo at that back post, as you said, just manually controlling that player. Again, it's looped towards that same area. This time, Edwin van der Sar was off his line the quickest. Added time to follow now. Before we get into half-time, I think for Tejas, get me out of this first 45 and just change something, Richard, because before we know it, we could be going into our second leg with Tejas 4 or 5-0 down on aggregate.
Yeah, something has to change for him right now. He's in a real tough situation. Is Tejas 4 shots, 4 on target. He's not registered a shot. He's been dominated from the get-go.
Looking at the team there of Tejas, 4-2-2. That's how he looks at the moment, and that's offensive, I believe. My Portuguese is okay. Pretty standard 4-2-2. He doesn't want to change anything still. Of course, these guys would have set custom game plans and tactics already that they can easily just change into. But back on the way for the second half here. 3-0. Rampazzo leads. As you said, he's been on a rampage in that first 30 minutes there, scoring 3 goals in quick succession. Good goals from all different areas. Set pieces, build-up play. Really patient build-up playing around the box. That goal that he scored with Pele comes to mind. That second was one of the best we've seen today from him. He's got to keep this tie alive. He can't go into that second leg without conceding any more that he has, because 3 goals is already difficult to turn around, let alone 4 or 5.
3 is doable. 4 is... you may as well write it off. And we're going to have Rampazzo PHZ Grand Final, in all honesty. But he doesn't look like slowing up anytime soon. TS just has to ride this out, in all honesty. Just got to keep this game somewhat controllable.
Yep. There's one more. This could be a chance. Has to go in. Mbappe drops the shoulder. Back
Still
again.
on.
We'll get a second bite of the cherry if Mbappe can elastico his way somewhere in and around the box. Just got his feet caught in a bit of a twist there. Alongside some good defending from Rampazzo. Was some good player switching, ensure that there was a player in the right space at the right time. Better, though, from Tejas. He has to try and create at least 1 or 2 more of those. Even a goal, Richard. And obviously, bear in mind that he would not concede again. He'll only make it a 2-goal cushion. That could be turned around. We've seen remarkable comebacks in our time in South America, especially in qualifier number 1 that comes to mind. You remember that game that was a 3-3 thriller between Rampazzo and Gabriel. This isn't just a loser final, I should say. This is another opportunity for revenge for Rampazzo. Did it against Gabriel in normal time, didn't need extra time. And now he's trying to come back for that result that actually put Tejas into this tournament. 3-2 back in December. It was enough to put Tejas into the winner's bracket semi-final against PHZ. This time round, the tables have turned and Rampazzo is up by 3-0 in leg number 1. Not leg number 2, leg number 1. A 3-goal cushion. And there's no stopping him, so it seems, at the moment.
And he's just having a real tough time actually creating chances here, is Tejas from SBQR. You see that defensively he seems to have shored up. But offensively, that one chance he had with Mbappe where he went for the elastico and then the first time shot. But I can't recall another opportunity that he's had. And I think that could be down to the mental side of the one player coming off the back of a big win, one player coming off the back of a big loss. But also, the team difference is substantial.
Yeah.
Vieira, 89 Bruno Fernandes instead of 87. Vieira instead of Laurent Blanc. Pele instead of Neymar. These aren't just 1 to 2 player upgrades. These are big in-game stat upgrades that Rampazzo has over Tejas.
Also, this is Tejas' first ever sort of EA major, if you'd call it that. It's a big stage for any player, Rich. A chance around the corner, keeper's off his line, and Rampazzo, lucky enough, Edwin van der Sar to hit the ball. But it's his first sort of major, this, Richard. So it's a learning experience in itself. Yes, he had an unbelievable run, went to the winner's bracket, played against PHZ, and PHZ did really well to sort of run away with that game in the second leg. It was quite a few goals in the end, 7-2. It did finish a 5-goal deficit between the two players there. But this is all a learning experience. Yes, there's still a second leg to play, and of course, this game is no way by any means over as of yet. But he's just struggled, whether it's been the pressure of all these people watching from all over the world, the money that's now on the line, those global series points. Let's not forget, there was a couple of weeks between the qualifier and this knockout bracket. So a lot of time to think and to dwell on the tournament. Sure, there would have been a couple of nerves. Ball around the corner! Oh, and again, it's one of those. When those chances aren't going in, maybe you know it's not your day.
Literally inches. Not only from going in directly, but it could have bounced straight back off Van der Sar's body into Ronaldo's path. I'll tell you what, if Rampazzo was to go at the other end, that would be a real kick in the teeth.
I mean, 4 goals would be so difficult. Pele dives into the tackle there, can get it into the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo. Five in-game minutes away from concluding leg number 1. There will be a second leg to follow in this game. If you have just tuned in to qualifier number 2 here in South America, we know that PHZ is in that grand final. We're a leg away to find out who will be joining him there. Is it going to be an all R10 grand final again? Last month it was with Gabriel and PHZ. If the scoreline stays like this, it will be another R10 Grand Final. What a start to the year for that esports organisation. A guaranteed trophy again in the cabinet. Vieira. Can he push away through? That's a Cristiano Ronaldo, drops the shoulder. Could it be 4? It will be. The worst possible start in leg number 1 for Tejas. 4 goals down, Richard, and it's gone from a mountain to an even bigger mountain.
It's gone from a regular-sized mountain to a really big mountain, you would say, Brandon Smith. No, an absolute... Would you say perfect performance from Rampazzo right there? Just nullifying the threat of Tejas at every opportunity. He did have a couple of chances, the Elastico and then also the one that hit the post, but Rampazzo was just, again, I'm going to say it, clinical in the final third.
This goal here, really, really good. Look at Pele. Really patient in the build-up, but this finish from Pele was absolutely remarkable. Really well done, Mbappe. Just a little dink pass in to Pele there on the half bounce into the bottom corner. That was the second goal. And there was just more, Rich, as you said. It was perfect from Rampazzo in all areas of the pitch. This is a really nice, well-taken finish. Pele, of course, that was one of the saves. My apologies. This came from this corner. Cristiano Ronaldo just lurking at the back post on this one.
And typically you'd head back across the goal there, but what he's actually doing is angled his analog stick to head it into the near post, in off the floor. That chance right there, hitting the post, then bouncing back up off Van der Sar. And in the 90th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo, Anders-esque step-overs, shall we say, in the final third to smash past the goalkeeper. 4-0 at half-time. Tejas needs to pull out one of the great FIFA comebacks if we are going to see even a competitive second leg. Yeah. Let's just say it straight. If he concedes first, and if Rampazzo goes 5-0 up, just write this. Just write it off. Just write it off. Like England when it snows, just write it off.
I mean, how did you come into this second leg? In all honesty, you don't set yourself up to go into a game 4-0 down. No one does in any scenario. You know, weekend league qualifiers, global series tournaments. Do you come out through at the back? Do you come out just hunting for the game? But if you start with a constant pressure and a high depth, you're already living life on the wild side, because you concede 1 goal, you're back to square one, and if not, back to an even worse scenario, Richard. So it's a really tough one now. You know, do you go with a high depth? Do you really try and press your way into the game? But as we always say, and it sounds so cliche for us to say, the first goal is everything. It goes the way of Rampazzo. It's 5-0 in aggregate, and you may as well write his name into a grand final. Goes the other way, you start to build back into the tie. So it's a tough one.
We had the opportunity to commentate the Eredivisie about a week ago, and one of those games, if you didn't watch it, basically there was a player from FC Groningen. He was 5-0 down going into the second leg, second half, so he had 45 minutes to turn the game around. He scored 4 goals in the one half of FIFA and then missed a penalty in the 90th minute. You can pull off outstanding comebacks. You can provide the way the game goes this year, where the way FIFA 21 plays, it does provide you with the opportunity to perform miracles. However, you have to be somewhat lucky defensively that your opponent doesn't continue to score, which we saw PHZin do earlier when he won 8-2. But also, you have to time the team press correctly. You can't just team press from minute 1, because you'll then not have it in the areas where you want it to press. So I think if you can go 45 minutes and not concede again, go into the second half and then just go all out, throw the kitchen sink and try and force mistakes on your opponent, that's the way to play.
Well, here we go then, Richard. We're in this second leg now. As you can see on the aggregate scoreline, just underneath the live scoreboard, 4-0 for Rampazzo. I mean, we've all been there in games where we're up by a couple of goals. You do not want to throw this game away. This could be an early goal for Rampazzo to really put this game to bed. Well played by SPQR's Tejas there. Could not concede. I mean, it's as simple as you said, Richard. First goal's everything. Tejas must score it. It's as simple as that. Has to score the first goal. He concedes first. We may as well write him, obviously, out of the tournament, and we write on the other side Rampazzo's name into a grand final. Lovely ball round the corner. Could be an early chance. Towards the back post, and out it goes for a corner. A bright start 9 minutes into this game. Tejas is going to look to go short potentially for this corner. will go short. Ronaldo will pick it up. He'll then look to the edge of the box. Looks to be dispossessed, though. Really good hustling there from Rashford. It was Rashford on Rashford. It was Rampazzo's Rashford that came out on top. But not for too long as Tejas wins this ball back. I mean, I wonder what PHN's doing right now, Richard, because for him, he's had a pretty enjoyable run in the tournament. It's great when you're on the winners bracket side. You win one game and you're in a grand final. You can just sit back for about 2.5 hours and sort of just prepare yourself for whoever you're going to be playing against.
Yeah, you've also got the opportunity to potentially lose a game in the grand final and still walk away with the number 1 spot because you have come through the winners bracket and you have that winners bracket advantage. Rampazzo doesn't look like slowing down, though, in this second leg, I do have to say.
Let's not forget, as we've said many a times, 4-0 on the aggregate scoreline at this exact moment in time for Rampazzo. Again, we're looking at potentially another R10 grand final. Of course, that's Ronaldinho's esports organisation. Actually, all their players got to meet Ronaldinho just before the end of 2020. I think if you look in the background there of Rampazzo, you can actually see the signed foot item that Ronaldinho did sign himself. You go on their social media channels, you can see pictures of when they did meet the boss, some would say. Could be a chance for Tejas. Well defended. 21 minutes gone into this game, and that for Rampazzo will be good. That 20 minutes have gone. And for him, he's not conceded a goal. He doesn't mind. He can go 0-0 in this game. It's not going to bother him. He can lose 3-0 in this game. It's not going to bother him. Chance, Pele. Could it be 5? Half a drag back. Trying to tease Varane out of position. That's exactly what he's been able to do. That means that Mendy has to drop in as a makeshift centre-back. That occasion, it does work.
Yeah, even if he was to lose this game 2-0 and get played off the park, he still goes through because of the dominance of the first leg, but I don't see that happening.
This could be all she wrote if Rashford can do enough into Ronaldo. Twisting, turning. Can he find that one more pass? Moving relentlessly in the box. You can't imagine how hard that is to defend against. You don't want to dive into a tackle. You don't want to make a mistake. Into an early pause now. You actually get to see the POV of Tejas here, so we can see attacking changes that maybe are being made for him. He's currently 4-4-2, so it looks, but looking to make a couple of just position changes.
Yeah, he switched from the 4-2-2, which he was previously playing, into the 4-4-2. 2 strikers of Ronaldo and Neymar, your 2 centre-mids, Blanc and Bruno. And then your wide players, Marcus Rashford and Kylian Mbappe. You've got 4 5-star skillers on the pitch, but we've not really seen too much flair or creative dribbling from SPQR Tejas. I want to see a little bit more of that. Express yourself with the players you've got.
You've got to take risks, haven't you, at this moment in time? You're 4-0 down. I mean, it's one of them. We always talk about it. Would you rather lose 4-0? Would you rather go for the game with the chance that you do get back into it, or you lose potentially 7-2? It's one of those. You'd rather go for it, I think many would say. And you can look back on it. Remember, this is his first ever outing in an EA major for SPQR Tejas. Even if he does lose at this stage, he will walk away with some serious Global Series ranking points and a lot of experience to take into Qualifier 3, Qualifier 4, Qualifier 5, maybe the Libertadores as well. Like, there's a lot of opportunity out there. You know, every FIFA player loses games. You're not really going to find that many players that have been invincible other than the likes of the Texes, some would say the Anders, currently in Weekend League, PH Zin. You've seen him pull off some remarkable storylines. There's only a handful of those players that can go sort of unbeaten for so long, Richard, at such a high level. It's natural to lose the odd game, and it's only going to help you down the long run.
And even Tex, MS Desari, Nicolas Razek aren't invincible. They've lost games. They've been grouped before. They've not made it into live broadcasts. FIFA is such a game that it is played on the smallest of margins, very similar to real-life football. You very rarely see an era of dominance that one team will dominate the Champions League. Real Madrid did it for, 3 years, where they won back-to-back-to-back with Zidane. Since then, it's been very hard to defend the Champions League, and not many teams have defended it successfully.
No, this could be game over.
The Premier League, exactly the same. Everybody loses, everyone wins games. So when you do see PHZ dominate a region, when you saw Tex in FIFA 19 dominate, that's when you've really got to sort of look at it and say, okay, this is something special we're seeing. And you mentioned Anders, you've seen it on Weekend League for him right there, and I'm really excited to watch in a couple of years when he's eligible to compete.
Not just him as well. Look across the board. We're looking at new talent, Richard, in every single region. And this is what these multiple regional qualifiers are going to offer. Yes, spots might not be in their 10s or 20s, but there will be more opportunity out there with so many tournaments that are being run. Half time between the two. And for Rampazzo, technically, it's all smiles. Forget I've had no shots. Forget I've not had the possession. I've not conceded a goal for 45 minutes. And I'm 45 minutes away from a grand final spot.
Yeah, I'm literally cruising to a ring match against PHZ. The last time they played, it was anything but cruise control for the Rampazzo. He lost 6-2 in the winners bracket final around 6 weeks ago. However, this time something feels a little bit different from Rampazzo's corner.
It does. I mean, as we said, it's been 5 weeks or so between the two qualifiers, but you don't often get to see lots of these sort of repeated matchups, Richard, across any region, because you often see such a difference in the players that are coming in, different names. For example, Resende was so close to getting back into our top 4 again. He unfortunately got to lose a bracket round 2 and fell there. You got likes of Klinger as well, Spider Kong, Diogo, all players that are just so close to making the broadcast. It's so irregular that you do get to see so many of these rematches happen. We saw it today with Gabriel and Rampazzo. We're going to see it again with PHZ and Rampazzo, of course, if he can hold on to this, which looks like that is going to happen. One more goal to solidify the tie. Pele's dancing in the box. Maybe dancing for a little bit too long there. Tyus able to win back possession, but you don't often get to see the best play against each other all the time, Richard, in the nicest way, where it's just so competitive over the last couple of years. And the matchmaking that maybe a FUT Champions Cup would give you, or these new qualifying restrictions, you don't often get to see it.
Well, you also need to be quite lucky with the bracket for the bracket to play out in a way that you get the best players matching each other potentially earlier in a tournament. Very rare do you see top 2s make it to the final, because they'll match earlier in the tournament, maybe in a quarter-final or even a semi-final. That's one of the reasons that we typically don't see blockbuster grand finals.
One thing that we sort of didn't touch upon at half-time is that for Tyus, we've got to see more. A lot more in terms of chances. Here's Ronaldo now. This is one of them that has to go in. Ball across the box. Well played. Into a pause again. We shall go now for SBQR Tyus. 60 minutes. Fastly approaching into the game, Richard. 32 in-game minutes left. 4 goals are needed. This is the time where you've literally got to say, you know what, let's go for this game and let's throw everything forward. Well, we've got a chance, and one of our players have got some sort of energy left in them.
Yeah, he's going to a 4-3-1-2. I can read FIFA tactics, maybe not specifically what they're saying, but it's an aggressive change has been made right now. Stable attacking taken off of the fullbacks as well. Marcus Rashford playing as a left centre mid. Unfamiliar role for himself. Mbappe, Neymar and Ronaldo as the front 3.
Let's see if those attacking changes will make any difference for him. Got to see a goal very soon. Neymar, can he push his way past the defender? Just can't get around. Kyle Walker all around as much as he tries to just push his way past those 2 defenders. Great feat from Ronaldo. Moving to the last 20 minutes or so. Last 30, I should say. Rampazzo played that first leg at such a high level that he left the SBQR Tyus with really no chance and no option back into the tie. Ronaldo drops the shoulder. looking for a fifth, looking to conclude the game. Ronaldo does so well, so patient. And to not concede a goal over 2 legs is one thing, but to win a game like this is absolutely remarkable. 5-0 in a loser final. He's going to be on his way to a grand final and a rematch against PHZ, Richard Buckley.
Don't want to say that we sort of predicted this to happen, but in the pre-match, talking to Uli, talking to Kyle and yourself, Brandon, I teased the idea that SPQ Artius might not be able to get back from the heavy defeat that he suffered earlier, and I think that's sort of what we've seen. We've seen the momentum completely switch from the losing in the winners bracket final and now coming down to the losers bracket where you're coming up against people who are playing arguably the best FIFA they've played all year.
36, Ronaldo, great save on the rebound. Edward van der Sar to punch the one up in the air. One thing we've got to touch upon though, Richard, although Rampazzo does make a grand final, he does come via that loser bracket, which does have its implications.
Yeah, has to win 2 best-of-2 matches to claim the trophy, meaning that not only does he have to win 1 2-legged match, but he has to win 2.
Well, due to the reverse elastico again and again from Pele. I mean, don't get me wrong, Pele gets used by a lot of players, Richard, but do you think there's just a soft spot for the South Americans?
Interesting enough, it's Pele over R9, really, for a number of these players, and I think that has to come down to 94 R9 price-wise is a little bit more expensive than Pele, but also, especially in South America where you're playing huge distances in kilometers and miles connecting 2 games, R9 in where the latency is a little bit higher and you might feel a little bit more clunky isn't as effective as Pele is when you're playing on a higher latency or a higher ping. I think that's one of the big reasons that Pele is used over R9.
He seems to pop up time and time again. I know R9, as you said, has got that hefty price tag, and it seems like only Europe maybe to get to see him at such high level, whether that's just the amount of coins that they've been able to generate over the time and the players that they just love using. Chance for Pele to actually score. He has been a great addition for so many of the teams. He's been on the score sheet so many times. 5-0, looking for goal number 6. We know that he's going to be in a grand final. Rampazzo goes one step further than he did in December. He lost at this exact moment on a penalty shootout, and that could have easily haunted him today. Instead, he said, you know what? It's time for revenge. I'm going to get revenge on Gabriel, beat him 4-1. I'm going to get revenge on Teus, who knocked me out in the winners bracket semi-final, 3-2 a couple of weeks ago. And now, Richard, does it set up for that third potential revenge against PHZ? Or is PHZ going to go and get himself another championship, be the first ever player so far in this FIFA 21 Global Series across any region to go back-to-back unbeaten? And I tell you what, he is going to have his hands full with this man at the moment. 6-0. Rampazzo has not put a foot wrong in this loser final.
He's really not. PHZ beat Teus 8-2 with a +6 goal difference. Rampazzo was beating him 6-0 with a +6 goal difference. The one anomaly that I think potentially favours Rampazzo is the game that he played against Gabriel. However, PHZ has that championship mentality. It's setting up for a really entertaining final match of this evening.
Commiserations to SPQ Arteas there, Richard. First ever outing in a global series tournament. You know, huge congratulations to him and his organisation, SPQR. They seem to just provide so much talent in the FIFA esports scene, especially in South America. You know, they produced the likes of Tor, who's we're going to be in tomorrow's tournament, the likes of Paulo Neto. The list goes on of the talent they have been able to produce. But unfortunately, you can produce all the talent in the world you want to, Richard. When someone's just on a different level at FIFA, you just can't do much. And that was the case for Rampazzo. He was 4-0 up coming into this second leg, but still defended well for the first 45 minutes. And then when he wanted to, he got a couple of goals late onto the second leg, because why not? 6-0 was just about enough for him to book a place in the grand final.
Yeah, chances fell for Tias as well, but when you feel like nothing's going for you, on another day they go in. Today, it's just not been his day. He's had a few opportunities go against him, maybe nerves, maybe it was just the luck of the draw today. Unfortunate to see such a good player and such a young prospect suffer 2 heavy defeats. I hope this doesn't affect him too much. I hope to see him back competing in South America for that top spot. But all eyes towards our grand final right now. Yeah. Rampazzo against PHZ.
We must say, on top of that, for Tejas, he was 23rd in the Global Series rankings coming in today, Richard, before a ball was even kicked. The fact he's made it to a loser final will get some more points on top of that too, so that will all be accumulated. I'm sure it'll be within the top 10 at least by that has happened. Let's have a look at some of those match highlights we can see in front of us right now. Pretty even in possession as you expect to see. Possession stats, pass and accuracy stats, I should say, as you expect to see. But one thing you can see there, Richard, a lack of chances. 8 chances created for Rampazzo, 2 across 180 in-game minutes there for SPQ Arteos. Just really struggled to create. And I think the one thing that you've got to be worried about if your PH's in, you've had to not play FIFA for an hour and a half or 2 hours. Rampazzo has played and played and played and got better and better and better.
I imagine PHC probably has been playing maybe weekend league, maybe champs, maybe rivals, maybe friendlies against other players, just keeping warm, keeping switched on. But Rampazzo looks really good, doesn't he? Let's head back over to Kyle and Uli to get their thoughts on another pretty dominant performance.
It was indeed, and wow, that sets up the grand final right there. Uli, for you, we're seeing PHZ taking on Rampazzo. Rampazzo has obviously been in this losers bracket of it, but it's meant that he's played more FIFA. He's got more FIFA. His hands are a lot warmer. He's ready to go. Will that give him the edge, do you think?
Yeah, maybe. It's pros and cons, right? Like PHC hasn't made any mistake. He just is unbeaten, so he had to wait for the rest of the players to meet him in the grand final. It can play a part in this grand final. I think at least for the first 2-leg game. So yeah, pros and cons. PHC can lose, then Rampazzo, even if PHC, like Richard was saying, has been playing with pro player or weekend league or whatever, it's not the same. And also about the pressure, Rampazzo, it has been dealing with pressure, but at the same time, PHC is going for the back-to-back title, so that's enough pressure itself. I think the good news is we're going to have a banger for a grand final.
Brandon, Richard, do you believe that PHC can do it? Richard, I'll start with you. Can he win back-to-back qualifiers here at the South America region?
Yeah, I think he certainly can. And the reason that I think he will fancy himself is through the previous result that these two had in qualifier number 1. It was pretty one-sided, in all honesty, to PHC when he beat Rampazzo. Granted, Rampazzo has got better since then, but I think if you're looking at a favourite coming into this final, it's got to go for PHC.
Oh, well, it is all hotting up right now. And Brandon, for you, PHZ or Rampazzo, I mean, will Rampazzo be the one to stop him?
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? I think if you look across the board in South America, there's been a lot of repeat matches, and Rampazzo had a lot of revenge today. He beat Gabriel, who knocked him out last time round. He beat Tejas, who knocked him out in the winners bracket for this tournament. So he's sort of writing his own script, really, in terms of to go in and get that three-peat and that third revenge. But it's a tough one. It's going to be a great final, and I'm looking forward to it to playing out very, very soon.
It really is. I cannot wait for that one. But for now, it's time to look back at a very special moment that we've seen here today. It's today's play of the game. Let's see what's been chosen.
Yeah, we have this play with Rampazzo, and I chose this. I asked production to play this one because I think it's a great example of patience against top defending. So he doesn't go for it straight away. He's like, okay, I'm going this way. No, I'm going back. And eventually, he finds a space. A defense that seemed like there was no way in, he figured out. This particular goal I like because it was well defended. by Teo. So it's just props on Rampazo, and then a little detail: the finish is to the right side, in case Teos had moved the goalkeeper. So that's something pro players also keep in mind. So good stuff, brilliant stuff from Rampazo here.
Just waiting for that space, the patience for him to wait for that second right there. Brandon, I know that you're with me. You would have shot early. You would have seen the opportunity and just shot. But I guess that's what sets us apart from the very best. Uli, Richard, Rampazo, they all would have waited. Richard, you would have had the patience, wouldn't you?
I did a 360 sign an autograph, rainbow flick, sombrero flick finish.
Wow, I mean, that's impressive. Brandon, would you have been able to do that?
I think just having Pele in my team car would probably get me excited enough, let alone actually scoring a goal.
Yeah, I think that would be enough to get me excited as well. Richard, Brandon, you guys take a short break. Please get yourselves ready for the grand final that's coming up very, very soon. Yes, PHD is taking on Rampazo in that final right there. And it's one for the ages, I will say, because Rodrigo, Uli, if PHD can win back-to-back qualifiers, surely that means he's cemented his spot at the playoffs.
Yeah, no doubt. But I think it's even more than that. Think bigger, Kyle. It's just he would be the player to beat through the season. Like he's making a stand right now. He's already made it. But sometimes these kind of stories, you need to go all the way. But I also wish good to Rampazo. But I'm sure we're gonna have an even match. That's something I like. And Richard and Brandon were talking about the first goal. It might be a bit of a cliche, but it's so important. Honestly, the momentum in this game. So I think whoever scores first might have a really big chance of being the next champion.
Oh, I cannot wait. That one's coming up very, very shortly. Remember, though, with Mercado Libre, you get the best of FIFA 21 Global Series action. So make sure that you download the app and discover the best way to buy online. That final is coming up very, very shortly. I am looking forward to it. These two going head-to-head. PHD taking on Rampazo. And Uli, it's been a great day. We get to do it all again tomorrow. But before that, we need to crown our champion here on the Xbox side of things. It's going to be a good one, right?
It's definitely gonna be a good one. Both players have showed basically no flaws. Both attacking offensive players, but also composed in defense. But I think it's gonna be an even final, but with tons of goals. That's what I expect.
I like that prediction right there. It will be coming up very, very soon. But before we jump into that, remember, at Electronic Arts, we believe in the power of positive play. Mental health is top of mind for all of us, and we have plenty of resources we're providing to the competitive players taking part at this tournament right here. Being part of a gaming community should be positive, fun, fair, and safe for all. We look forward to building a healthy and positive community together. We've got a short film that tells you everything we're doing to help.
Don't do nothing you don't regret. 'Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, but we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper. Paper.
know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin'. Raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate. But either way, I'ma lead the way. Bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different. Low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me, then it's crew. If you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing.
The FIFA 21 Global Series South America is presented by Mercado Libre. Yes, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Uli Bari. And Uli, when it comes to the grand final, these two are going head-to-head. He Dean taking on Rampazzo. And I want to focus on Rampazzo just for a moment because seems to have this winning streak that he's on. Coming from that losing bracket side, there's a lot of pressure. If you lose, you're out. But he's dealt with that. He's got himself to the final, and he's got nothing to lose. He can just showcase his talents and hope he can be one of the best competitors in this region that we've seen, the 18.
Yeah, completely, Kyle. Pressure, I think, in loser semifinals, losers final. But now that he made it to the grand final, I think the pressure's off, and it's more about motivation, taking step by step, understanding that he has to win two games. So it's going to be a tough but nice challenge for him. And I'm trying to stay calm, not put my sunglasses on already, because I mean, yes, I'm the only one that got it right. Being seen against Rampazzo. All I'm going to say is that if I get right who's going to be the champion, sunglasses are going to make an appearance.
Well, we will see with that one if you can get it right. I want to see those sunglasses. I really, really do. Now this, just having a look at the qualifier number 1 bracket, this was actually the winners' final in that bracket right there. So these two have come up against each other before. It was P8 who won in that matchup, and then it was P8 who was crowned the champion of that qualifier number 1. It's been about a month, Uli. What have these players learned in that month? How much can you learn within a month of FIFA 21?
Well, a month in competitive plays can be a lot of training behind. I see them both just as good as they were, just better. Like just tiny mistakes or gone. Like they're the kind of passes they make right. It's so hard for them to lose the ball. On defense, they're even better. So yeah, I think we're gonna have such a good final, and hopefully an even one. I think it would surprise me if it's not an even final.
Oh, we will see. Now I will just explain something very quickly, because PHC is coming through the winners bracket side. He's effectively 1-0 up. All right. So that means that if he wins the first matchup over 2 legs, he is the champion. If Rampazzo is to reset the bracket, okay, so he needs to win the first game over 2 legs to ensure that he can keep it up. We've just seen some of the predictions right there. And Uli, the sunglasses are coming out for you. If Rampazzo does it, you're going with him.
Yeah, that's right. If Rampazzo wins, sunglasses are coming, and hopefully we'll get to interview him again, but this time I won't be muted. We had a small problem in the last qualifier. He even joked about it on social media. He was like, "Oh, such a lovely interview, Houlibaly, thank you." And I'm just like saying nothing, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I think what he's trying to say." Yes, I wish them both the best. I think it'll be both endings would be amazing. Back-to-back champion or a new champion that takes on the beast, which is right now PHC.
It is indeed. Right, let's get Richard and Brandon in here. Let's talk about your predictions as well. Uli has gone with Rampazzo. Brandon, who have you gone for, mate?
I'm on the PHZ train. I'm expecting a back-to-back champion for someone to go unbeaten across 2 qualifiers as well. So that's my say in this grand final.
And we're not too far away, Richard, hopefully. So let me have a think. Let me see if I can get into your mind right now. You're going PHZ as well.
Correct. We have a winner. I'm all aboard. Choo choo, because the train has left the station.
You're on mute. He's muted.
Someone always
There we
gets
go.
to be on mute.
Nice. Really? You actually...
What Richard's trying to say is, yes, I'm getting the message, but the thing is, mentally, that was such a powerful message that I can't speak right now, so I'm just gonna do it through like motions. But I think he's going for PHC.
I've turned his mics on now. I think it's sorted.
Kyle, you've got you're not only aiming my head, you're controlling my body as well. But no, I'm all aboard. Choo choo, because the train has left the station. I'm on PHZ, back-to-back champion, back-to-back South American king, and I actually think it's going to get done in one. I don't think it's going to get reset. I think PHZ will win this in the 2 legs, and I don't see Rampazzo resetting the bracket.
Richard, just very quickly, we just do a train noise again for anyone that didn't quite catch that.
Choo choo.
Oh, wow. I am all aboard on that train as well. PHZ, I think it will be him who gets the win. Back-to-back champion here, the South American region. He did it in qualifier number 1. These 2 came together head-to-head in the winners bracket final. It was PHZ who came out on top. And hopefully he'll be able to do that again. Now, it is super exciting that we've got to this grand final, but Brandon, you get to do it all again. I saw your tweet today about a certain competitor, the Iceman. We know what he can do in this region. Yeah. He's back for the PlayStation part tomorrow.
A massive name in terms of competitive FIFA. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there thinking, where has he been? Obviously, we're all online now with qualifiers, a different global series as we're used to, but yeah, the Iceman, Nicholas, he's back in qualification tomorrow. So if you have enjoyed the broadcast, again, same place, same time tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll see a very strong Nicholas in action. Also, we've got the likes of Tor, and obviously previously had spells at Ajax, now plays for Cruzeiro, I believe, and in Brazil. He's back in action tomorrow too. So big familiar names, Kyle, back competing on the PlayStation 4. So an exciting day tomorrow. One thing I want to put to the group quickly. Last time the PHZ won, he dyed his hair. If he wins again, is he going for another hair dye? What colour are we going?
Well, I actually heard that you were going to dye your hair if you win, Brandon.
No, that was not agreed.
Your weekend league challenges?
First I've heard of that one, I'll be honest, but
I do have a quick question for you, Brandon. Do you have a like an alternative account that you sometimes go in the Twitch chat with? Because I've just seen somebody, and it can't possibly be an actual person. The Kinetic NRG just put, Brandon is the GOAT.
Oh.
Not too sure about that one.
Wow.
Who said that?
They've obviously not watched you play any weekend league.
He's going to get a follow quickly. Who was that, sorry?
It was someone called Kinetic NRG. They put, Brandon is the GOAT.
You know what? I'm done. I can't be doing this. Richard and Brandon, take it away. The grand final's coming up very shortly. Me and Uli, we need to take a break. Brandon the GOAT. Over to you.
He didn't specify on what, though. Maybe a GOAT on playing with goalkeepers. Yeah. So, or maybe like the Christmas tree from last broadcast.
That's never coming out again.
Yeah, he didn't specify.
We'll see. Anyway, Richard, Brandon, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Colin. Yeah, here we go. The grand final time again. We're back for January. We're back for South America. The question is, Richard, are we going to be seeing another champion crowned, a different champion crowned, or are we going to be seeing the same name crowned as a champion? PHZ has got a lot of history in his hands. If he goes to win this, he will be back-to-back champion in South America without dropping a single game in the Global Series so far on FIFA 21? Or is Rampazzo just going to keep on ramping it up as he's done time and time again, Richard? Because he's looked so good and so strong today. It's a really tough final to call, this one.
Yeah, it honestly is. And I think also we're seeing the two most even squads as well. We get to see both teams on our screen right now. That's the squad that Rampazzo is using. On the other side of that, PHZ, it was a almost identical team, in all honesty. You're seeing Kyle Walker, different goalkeeper, but Firmino instead of Vieira, same Bruno Fernandes, an informed Ronaldo instead of the regular Ronaldo, both using Mbappe. Yep. It's only the couple of changes here and there. Vieira for Firmino and not using Vieira for PHZ. You get to enjoy Neymar in the squad as well. I think everyone's trying to get a follow off you at the minute, Brandon, in the chat, because everyone's you get a lot of praise. This might be the most praise I've seen from a Twitch chat to Brandon Smith ever.
I'm just going to soak it up, Rich. I'm going to really soak up in this grand final. Anyway, enough about us for a split second. If you remember rightly, PHZ, Richard, last time he won the qualifier number 1, such an emotional scene. His family are all there. I'm sure they're watching somewhere in the house right now. I wonder if they will be celebrating again in 2 legs of FIFA time. Or is the game going to need to go back-to-back 2 legs? You wonder why? There is a big format difference on this one. The player that's come through the loser bracket in Rampazzo must win 2 back-to-back 2-legged games of FIFA for him to be the champion here in South America. However, for PHZ, Richard, as he came through the winners bracket, he just needs to get it done in 1 sort of regular competitive FIFA match of 2 legs.
Yeah, if he can start well, it will be a real benefit for him. A couple of goals in the early stages would set him up in the perfect way possible. He's going to be Rampazzo from right to left. Both teammates as well. We spoke about that a lot. So there will be certainly previous experience there for them.
Yeah, of course, 2 teammates. And again, it's another grand final for R10. They've made it back-to-back grand finals. They've done so well with the players that they've been able to pick up going into the FIFA 21 year. And also, you're looking currently, if you look at the Global Series rankings over at FIFA.gg, sort of your live ranking table there to see who makes the playoffs and who's on their way to potentially an E-World Cup grand final. It's first against third over on the Xbox in South America. Nobody had 1 qualifier to talk about so far, but that's how stacked this tournament's been. 3 out of the 4 players on this Xbox did re-qualify from qualifier number 1, which says how good those players have been, how consistent they have always been too. I mean, we look forward to qualifier number 3, which will take place next month, whether we'll see the exact same scenario there. 30 minutes into this one, you don't know who is who. It's PHZ kicking from left to right and Rampazzo from right to left. The question is, Richard, for Rampazzo, he's had 2 great individual legs of FIFA. Is there potentially the chance of a bit of a burnout factor? He's been sort of non-stop playing. It's been game after game after game. For PHZ, yes, he would have probably had a couple of sparring games against some pros, but hasn't really had a chance to play top competitive FIFA back-to-back-to-back. Could be a chance there. Great save from Rashford for the original shot from Rampazzo. He's still looking for a way into the tight. Pele looking to break the deadlock. The first goal of this game. Pele dropping the shoulder left and right, trying to tease PHZ out of position. Still he's in possession, just about, and then eventually is dealt with. But do you think there's any sort of implications onto the game, Richard? The different journeys they've both had on today's broadcast?
Potentially, but I don't see it being enough for a capitulation of either player. I think it's going to be minuscule. If anything, if you're even going to see the difference at all. I think more is the case that PHZ has beaten Rampazzo before in a tournament on a big stage like that we are playing right now.
Here comes Rashford. To be fair, he has looked the better of the 2 so far, Rampazzo. Trying to find a way through one of those 2 centre-halves of PHZ. Unfortunately, no luck as of yet. You have just tuned in. This is your grand final. Someone will be walking away with $5,000 alongside all those Global Series points. Potentially going top of the pile. Whoever wins it certainly probably will go top of the pile. Rampazzo or PH Zin. Could be back-to-back wins for him. What a start to the Global Series for that man. Again, and of course, we'll see how Europe plays out next week. East Asia, North America. The list goes on, but he could be the only player, Richard, to go back-to-back and to do that, which is in itself a huge achievement.
Oh, and I mean, you're looking at not only the points, but the reputation that he would get for being a back-to-back South American Qualifier winner, being the best player over a period of 6-8 weeks. Mightily impressive.
Could be a chance there. He's going to be hassled at the back. That could be a mistake. Off the post from... I think it was Cristiano Ronaldo in that area. One of those, we've warned him about it a couple of times around Rampazzo, I believe. When his goalie gets on the ball, well, there's a bit of lag on the input there. We know, as you said, it takes a little while to sort of get the power bar up to the full level you're looking at. But nearly, Richard, one of the worst ways to concede for Rampazzo there. And PH was just on the toes of the goalkeeper.
Yeah, that would have been outrageous. If he'd conceded that, there'd have been serious questions asked of his goalkeeper's antics and also himself. Why is he even trying to play out of the back there?
Be a chance for Pele. Does go down to ground on the rebound. Again, not enough on the shot. That will go out for the goal kick, and that's 2 of them now for Rampazzo that he's just been able to get away with. Of course, you guys in the chat can have your say on who you think is going to come out on top on this one. PH Zin or Rampazzo, have your say in the chat. Let us know your vote. And that slider at the bottom will move from left to right, depending on which way you guys expect this tie to go. 4 minutes before half-time in this leg number 1. Bruno Fernandes on the edge of the box. Back to Pele. He does a really good half-turn. Not good enough, though, to turn around the 2 centre-halves there. Quite an end-to-end first 45 here, Richard. A couple of chances for either two. The best coming from that mistake from Rampazzo. And PH Zin, you would say on another day, could be up by 1-0 if he was able to capitalise on that mistake. But the angle was so tight there for Cristiano Ronaldo.
It was instinctive just to shoot straight away. This is an opportunity. Speaking of Ronaldo, playing back into
Pele,
Rashford.
he didn't look on.
Yeah, he didn't look onto Pele, did it?
He knows it as well, Rampazzo. He knows what a chance that was. Half-time in leg number 1 of this grand final. Chances pretty even between the two. He's just going to have a little look at how his opponent is lining up. Both in a 4-2-3-1. As it seems. The only difference is we've got a Roberto Firmino and Bruno Fernandes partnership on one side, and on the other, Patrick Vieira and the Portuguese man. Just can't stop scoring, as it seems, at Manchester United at the moment. Back underway for our grand final. We must let you know the implications once again. All that PH needs to do is win 1 two-legged game of FIFA. He will be your champion here in South America, because he has not dropped a single game. He's come through that winner's bracket and he's been invincible in some ways that many would probably describe it best. Into Cristiano Ronaldo, dancing in the box for Rampazzo. Oh, there's not a rebound there. Back to the goalkeeper, able to get rid of that one. Back into the danger zone of all from PH Zin. It's been pretty awful at the back at times in terms of getting the goalkeeper on the ball and the decision making. Back to Pele. Still with Pele! And into the back of the net. Left the goalkeeper stranded to the spot. And Rampazzo will break the deadlock in this grand final. For him, that's such an important goal. Such a big goal.
Did not move, did the goalkeeper. Rampazzo, ruthless in the final third, smashing it into that top corner. And throwing a real cat amongst the pigeons here. Plenty of time left to play, but a bracket reset could be on the cards.
You touched upon it, Richard. These two actually played in Qualifier 1, didn't they?
Yep, indeed. And it was a pretty comfortable win in the end for PH Zin, who won 6-2.
And PH Zin respond literally instantly in this one. Cuts back inside, danced in the box. Couldn't find the finish he was looking for. It's been very interesting at the back from both of these two. Look at that press that Vieira's had to deal with. Does well to ball roll left, ball roll right, gets away now. Now Rampazzo's got options to break into. He's got Pele there. Goes back to Bruno Fernandes instead. He'll let it back to Vieira. It's about being patient in these areas now. Try to disrupt your opponent's midfield, your opponent's defence. You want to pull players completely out of position. Cristiano Ronaldo, Pele's in support. Makes the right decision again to go back home just to recycle it. See the pause coming in from PH in the first time that he's looked a little bit uncomfortable at all in both of these qualifiers, 1 and 2.
It's always risky when the ball goes through like that. You don't know if the goalkeeper is going to claim it or the defender's going to get a bad lock on. It could go anywhere.
Could be off. He's got acres of space, Neymar. Has he got the legs on him, though, to get past Nelson Semedo? Drops the shoulder well. Oh, lovely bridge touch into Neymar! And an even better finish at the near post. It was all about the bridge touch. The timing of it, just to set up the perfect chance at the near post. And Neymar was never missing from there.
He faked cutting back inside. The ball roll gave him that little bit of space. And again, we talked about it earlier when we watched PH Zin demolish Theus in the winners bracket final, 8-2. He's got a real mastery over the mechanics of the game. Mechanically, a very, probably the best player in this region that we've seen. Ball rolled inside, and then as soon as he saw that his opponent was coming away from him and watching the passing lanes, just bridge touch straight into the gap.
You can see a goal back in the tie. I believe, from what we can see here, the scoreboard might be telling us fibs, Richard. I mean, it's still 1-1. That's something that's not telling us fibs, but if you just look above the player's head, it looks like PH Zin is kicking from left to right in the yellow, and it is actually going to be Rampazzo kicking from right to left. So it was Rampazzo that just equalised. And potentially about to go in front here. Fantastic tackle there, really well done from the goalkeeper. Yeah, just to keep everybody up to date, it is going to be PH in possession right now in that yellow kit. And it will be Rampazzo from right to left in this one. Ignore the colours that the scoreboard represents. The scoreline is all square at 1-1. But a great goal, we should say, for Rampazzo, Richard. A really well taken finish.
Yeah, absolutely. A really nice goal. The bridge touch, all the same. Doesn't matter which player did score it.
Back to PH in just offside there.
I believe that the players above the name is incorrect. I think the scoreboard is correct. I'm just watching the face cams match up with the things that are happening in the game, and we saw a grimace from Rampazzo as he went offside there. I think the scoreboard is correct, Brandon, and the name above the players is the incorrect information. We'll wait and see. All down the line, though.
We'll wait and see what the scores and the celebration comes. I mean, I think we are on the right lines then, because we were following that originally. But this would be Rampazzo on the attack right now. Mbappe back to Pele. Minutes left in this one. Lovely long ball forward. This could be one of the last chances of the half. It does come. PH in. Drops the shoulder back into Cristiano Ronaldo. And that's a fantastic finish. We can confirm from PH in there. Cristiano Ronaldo. 2-1 he leads.
Yeah, fantastic
from that reaction,
finish.
It looked like it was PH in.
Yeah. Cracking finish from the #1 player in South America currently on the leaderboard, and also in the current climate as well. Sometimes leaderboards might statistically might show you one thing, but on form it could be a different thing. I think PHZ is undoubtedly the #1 player on Xbox South America right now.
Let's not forget, he was down by a goal to 0, Richard. He's turned it around. 2 goals in the second half. 2 fantastic finishes. Maybe one more from Neymar here. Oh, for that finesse on the right foot. And that will probably do us for leg number 1. Added time of just 1 minute. Referee, are we done or are we playing one more attack? PH in. What a turnaround after going down 1-0 to Rampazzo. That's leg 1 concluded here in our grand final in Qualifier 2 in South America, Richard. And PH in. Just showing what he's all about at the end of the day, Richard. Showing what quality that he's continuously produced. He's not dropped a game. We have to keep telling you that because it's the fact. Did not lose a game throughout the whole qualification process in qualifier number 1. Was the champion there in December. And he's done exactly the same again, Richard, 5 weeks later in qualifier number 2.
And I think he'll feel a little bit hard done by Rampazzo. Going 1-0 up and then the game just sliding away from you. The way that he got an equaliser back into the game. We're going to see the first goal of the game here. Kylian Mbappe for Rampazzo. Shot staying in the hands of the goalkeeper there. And that was sort of a sign of things to come, Brandon.
It really was. I mean, as we said, we went 1-0 down. Look at this chance here. This was PHZ and they hit the post. And at that moment in time would have felt hard done by that maybe he should have scored. Then the second half happened. And then this is where we started to see a bit more from PHZ in terms of the chances he was able to create after conceding this one, of course. This is Rampazzo that did find a way into the back of the net of PH. In a great finish from Pele, literally kept the keeper rooted to the spot. Just watch this. Great goal.
Yeah, so he comes inside with Neymar, and then that little turn back onto his left foot, the bridge touch into the space, and rifle past the goalkeeper. And this was the goal that gave him the lead here. Neymar close control into Cristiano Ronaldo. One skill move is all he needed to give him that extra yard. It was a heel-to-heel this time around, not a bridge touch, keeping it a little bit closer to his body. Comes out with a skill move, rifles it past the goalkeeper, and a really solid finish to the game for PH Zin, who leads 2-1 in our grand final.
It's certainly a bit of food for thought, isn't it, for anyone out there watching right now? How can you improve your game? It's so important, isn't it? Just that one skill move in and around the box. Don't get me wrong, you're using great players, you're using Pele's and Ronaldo's and Neymar's, but when you can just do that one skill move that your opponent might not expect, you open up a lot of space, a lot of opportunity if your player's got a good weak foot or you put it onto their strong foot. Just a simple skill move, Richard. Heel to heel, elasticos, bridge touches.
The number one sort of trait that all pro players have that separates Gold 1 to Elite 3 to Elite 2 to Elite 1 to Top 100 and players who are playing in events like this is the higher you get up, the more unpredictable you are. You can have an unbelievable mastery of the game and you can know inside and out what you want to do, but it's the unpredictable element and the unpredictability skill factor that will take you past other players of your skill level.
Well, here we go then. We're back underway in this one. And we can confirm that everything is aligned now. Rampazzo kicking from left to right in that black strip of R10. And then from right to left will be PH Zin, who is 90 in-game minutes away from writing himself into the history books here in South America. Could it be back-to-back wins for him? Qualifier 1, he won that. Qualifier 2, he's 19 game minutes away from doing so, Richard. More points on the board, more prize money in his back pocket. And maybe, who knows, he might dye his hair again to a different colour for qualifier number 3 with the way that he has been playing. It's all to do for Rampazzo. It's the first time he's actually really been behind in a leg of FIFA. Down by 2-1, but still so much FIFA to play, isn't there?
Oh, so much left unanswered. So many questions unanswered as well. Who's going to start the stronger in this second leg? PH Zin. You sometimes see a player who just has, like, FIFA every year, things will come and go. And I think he's just offside there, Ronaldo. He is for Rampazzo. It feels like what PH Zin's skill set is and what it suits is the meta in FIFA right now. High offense.
Yeah.
Skill moves in the final third. Close control dribbling. And clinical finishing.
Well, the interesting point is also going to be, Rich, at the end of this month, restrictions change in teams, and especially for Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2, a lot of players have sort of become accustomed to their teams that they've used for these qualifiers. in terms of the two that they've had. And when we do get, yes, there's been a couple of foot freeze items that have been mixed into teams, maybe a couple of inform upgrades around around certain positions. But that's also going to be an interesting point for qualifier number 3 as we move on. When Team of the Year comes out, which one Team of the Year player or 2 Team of the Year players can you squeeze into your team alongside some icons? And then how does that affect the way you're playing? Is it going to produce new names in this Xbox side? Are we going to see, again, repeated names qualifying again for qualifier number 3? As we said, that takes place in February. Monthly qualifiers every single month at the moment in the FIFA 21 Global Series across all of the world. But that's the one thing about me that I love about the competitive year, Richard. It's a season-long thing. We kick off in about October, a month after the game comes out, and it's all about August, getting to the E-World Cup Grand Finals. And it's about how you adapt and how you change throughout that process of getting there also, with new players, new teams, number of different tournaments to happen. And that's why you see the best of the best get to that grand final. Is Cristiano Ronaldo trying to make something happen? Really well tackled. He's just been fouled. Ref, surely, no.
That's a meaty challenge.
And Cristiano Ronaldo gobbling that one up in the box. 21 minutes in. That's a 2-goal cushion for PHZ.
Roberto Firmino has just put his body on the line right there. Diving into the challenge with VAR. Probably it's going to be a foul in real life if that happened. But he got the ball first. Ronaldo quickest to react inside the goal, inside the box, and results in a goal.
Wow. One of them that you don't want to remember. Chance now from the get-go. Oh, no way through for Rampazzo. 23 minutes into this one, as we said. All PHG needed to do was win one 2-legged game of FIFA. He's on his way to do that, Richard. He's up by 2 goals at the moment. A really good position to be in. He was 1-0 down originally in this tie. Lovely ball through. This could conclude the tie. Cristiano Ronaldo, chance to put the game to bed. And what a save from Edwin van der Sar there to keep this tie alive.
Incredible save.
Is it going to mean much? Is it going to? No, it's not. It's not going to mean anything, Richard. Straight from the corner. PH in. You saw the celebration there. Cristiano Ronaldo. He may have missed one, but he's not missing another one in the box. 4 goals to 1. There is a 3-goal cushion in leg number 2. And 3-goal cushion in a 2-legged game? You do not often see that turned around, let alone even a comeback to equalise.
But what did we talk about PHZ in about 2.5 hours ago, Brandon? When he played against SPQ Artheus, it was his second leg performance that won him the tie. He scored 5 goals in the second leg. He was 3-2 leading going into that second leg, and he scored 5 goals in it and won 8-2. He is a second leg player. He's one of the best second leg players that I've watched this FIFA.
Just remarkable, Richard, in terms of the fact he's not dropped a game. You hear stories that people drop down to lose a bracket, then they pick themselves back up, and then they find a way through the tournament eventually. This guy is not needed to lose, in all honesty. I think within himself and his own conscience that he doesn't want to lose games. He wants to win and win and win and win and never drop a game, so it seems, in this region. So he can really set the bar and the tone of how he wants to play his competitive FIFA on FIFA 21. This is, generally, it's remarkable. If he goes to win this tournament today, back-to-back qualifying wins, Rich, and it's a name that we need to keep an eye on FIFA 21 this year in the Global Series. I mean, if he's not in Qualifier 3, I'll probably be asking questions unless he's booked a holiday.
I mean, can't go anywhere. We're in a global pandemic. He's just got to keep on grinding. Yeah.
But with the points that he's been able to get, Richard, it's playoffs in the bag already.
Yeah, absolutely. And really what you can do is you can keep on dominating this region and put a little bit of a fear factor amongst other players as well. PHZ, he's won back-to-back qualifiers in South America.
Oh, wow. PHZ. You wouldn't think this is the grand final, would you? 3 goals up in a second leg. You'd think maybe this is a game of weekend league. Of how he's just cruising through it.
It beat him.
Wrong, Rampazzo. He's been fantastic today, Richard. He's knocked out some huge names. He's got revenge 1 or 2 times, but I said, is it too much for him now? Has he played his final already? Is he a little bit burnt out, maybe?
Run out of steam.
Now he's met his match in the nicest way in a grand final. And PHZ, 4-goal cushion, Richard. We may as well start writing this check for him now. Another $5,000. Another qualifier in the bag for that man. And top spot on that Xbox ranking in South America.
I don't think we looked into the goal to put him 2-1 up in this series. It was in the end of the first leg. We didn't really look in that goal in too much detail, but I think that goal is what set him up for domination right now. You see what it means to him. 6-1 PH Zin leads, and with the scenes of that celebration that he just gave us, I think he knows that this game is over.
So it's lucky that the players' mics are muted, otherwise that would have been one hell of a roar from PH Zin. Half time, 6-1 up, ladies and gentlemen. 6-1. You aren't dreaming. Ridiculous scoreline. And do you know what the best thing is, Richard? He's not done yet. He is not done yet. He wants to score more goals in this grand final. But remarkable. Remarkable scenes from this young man. You know, the breakout year, you would say already. We're only 2 qualifiers in out of 5. He's going to be top of the pile in those Global Series rankings over at FIFA.gg. Another $5,000 in his back pocket. I mean, remarkable.
It's a real... I mean, look, if Rampazzo pulls it out, it's an absolute miracle. But it's a real statement that he's putting up to the rest of the competition right now in South America, and also, as we said, the rest of the world. Because look at the results that he especially has today. 8-2. He beat SPQ Artheus. He's now winning 6-1. No one's got close to him. Let's just say it as it is.
It's just the fact he hasn't even had to go down to loser bracket at all, Richard. He's not dropped a single game. You know, look across the brackets. You know, you can everyone at home can go and look yourselves as well in terms of how convincing his performances have been. Look across the board. You know, quarterfinals in the winner bracket, 7-3 win against Klinger. Semi-finals, Richard, beat Resende 5-4. Big names in this region. Had to play up against Tyus earlier today. Beat him. Remarkable squalor. What was it? 7-2. Comes into this one. He's 6-1 up, Richard, with 45 minutes left.
Yeah, it's so dominant.
And again, it's nothing to take away from Rampazzo. Still a top 2 finish for him. A really, really impressive tournament. He's had some massive results himself today. He's had revenge against Gabriel. He's had revenge against Teus. Also, 2 massive results. But we said, was it too much? Was it maybe a little bit too much to ask to go into a grand final against PH Zin of a player of his quality and then to turn the game around as much as he needed to, because he'd have had to do it in back-to-back 2-legged games, which again is a really hard thing to do. And with 13 game minutes left, 5 goals needed. Even if he gets one now, I just don't think you see anyone turning those sort of games around.
You really don't, and you're looking now at what PH Zin can go on from this. Brandon, he's going to double his points on the Global Series leaderboard. He's going to be guaranteed in the playoffs. We're not really too sure how the playoffs are going to work, but if it's seeded, the playoffs, especially that sort of first game, he's setting him up for an unbelievable sort of playoff run. Not only that, back-to-back qualifying South American champions. You're looking at your team in R10, you're saying could potentially a contract extension, maybe anything. Do you know what I mean? There's so many sort of repercussions and ramifications that will be in a positive sense for him, showing that it's a consistent level, not just a one-off.
Well, the fact he's just been able to do it across 2 qualifiers, Richard, with 5 weeks apart. You know, a Christmas break, a New Year break. Some players will come back to the New Year differently. He's been fully focused. He's looking for another one. 66 minutes on the clock. 7 goals in a grand final for PH Zin. Unbeaten, 2 qualifiers back-to-back. A champion in 2 qualifiers back-to-back. PH Zin, congratulations, my friend. Absolutely remarkable from you.
I mean, did anyone predict this? We said it. I predicted it weren't going to go to a reset, but I didn't expect it to be this dominant.
I mean, I think some people would have easily favourited PH to go and win. You know, another qualifier chance there. Nothing more than the consolation, unfortunately, for Rampazzo. But to do it in this fashion that he has, Richard, you look across the board, he's averaged a ridiculous 5, 6, 7 goals a game he's averaged.
It was 8 in the winners bracket final. He's what, 7 now? I'll just quickly pull up actually the tournament, that the qualifiers, to have a look at his run in that tournament. He nearly lost to Resende. He only beat Resende 5-4 in the winners bracket semi-finals.
Of course, that was his only the tightest game that he had. Other than that, you know, we're talking big names here. He's beating people 7-1, 6-2, 7-2 in a grand final right now. He's about 12 in-game minutes away from being crowned the champion again in South America. And he's done it in a superb fashion, Richard. Really, really impressive. I mean, Team R10, they're going to be over the moon. They've had 3 players in another broadcasting qualifier number 2. Another grand final with just all R10 on show. Fair play to Rampazzo for still going here to get himself another really nice finish, that. Lovely ball roll there with the goalkeeper movement to find a way past for Pele. 3 goals needed. I should say 4 goals needed in about 9 in-game minutes. I don't see that happening, unfortunately. But, you know, commiserations to Rampazzo. He's had a great tournament, Richard. Look across the board that he's had. For him, he would have put to bed some personal matches and rivalries of previous tournaments where he's been knocked out.
One step further as well.
Yeah, he said he went 1 step further this time round, and that's something to build upon. Back-to-back qualification, another goal here potentially towards the near post. I don't know what's going on with these party invites or whatever's happening in terms of on the Xbox here, whether he's getting congratulation messages or maybe he's just a man that people want to talk to at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, because he's a winner.
It's a case of just seeing this one out now. Couple of minutes left, but it's a perfect qualifier again, Richard. If you're an aspiring FIFA pro, take note of this performance. Look back in December at what he did in qualifier number 1. Take a look at what he's done today in qualifier number 2. Consistency at its very, very best here in South America from another breakout start in PH Zin. Unbeaten in qualifier number 1. He was the champion. And I tell you what, why not? Get yourself another goal, my friend. I think the family are even in his room as well. They know it's job done. Another $5,000 in his back pocket alongside another trophy. The PH Zin. 8-3 on an aggregate scoreline. The Ronaldinho R10 FIFA Pro makes it 2 championships in the FIFA 21 Global Series. And Richard, he's absolutely deserved every single one of them.
See the same reaction for Brandon. I think the only thing we can do is just sort of just let the pictures speak for themselves.
Two-time champion, I think that's what he's saying there. He's done it once, he's done it again. Congratulations to PH Zin. His family and those closest around him right now. Absolutely fantastic scenes right there. Huge congratulations. Commiserations to Rampazzo. Still a tournament you should be so proud of, my friend. A grand final, 1 step further this time round. And again, some serious Global Series ranking points in the bag for him, Richard. But remarkable scenes there. Of course, all the players are in their own homes before people are thinking, what's going on here, with their own family. So yeah, there's no need for any social distancing rules in those areas.
They're always a little bit anticlimactic, I'll be completely honest, when finals go that way. Because you don't expect that from your final. You expect it to be nip and tuck, maybe a couple of goals here or there, extra time, even penalties we've seen in the past. You don't expect such a big blowout in a final. And it sort of just kills it a little bit, doesn't it? Because it's like, the game's over on the half time in the second leg. But when you've got a player of that quality, you expect things like this to happen. You expect finals to be somewhat anticlimactic because he's just so good. He's killing games off at half time in the second leg, 30 minutes gone in the second leg. it was almost a picture-perfect second leg performance. We get to see the stats from it right here. 9 shots to 2 in the second leg in particular. He had 57% of the ball. He just dominated from minute 1 to minute 90, specifically in the second leg.
Honestly, we've seen a lot of FIFA, Richard. I know we're only a couple of months into the Global Series this year, but we've not seen a player this dominant.
No.
Okay, across any region, across any virtual league. This is dominance to a new level right now, and he's grasped FIFA 21 in such a good way at the moment. But how long for, Richard? That's the question. People go through peaks and in different levels in competitive FIFA. It's very hard to stay consistent for so long. But 2 qualifiers in his back pocket, top of the Global Series rankings on his console. He's going to be at the playoffs, and congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. What a performance. Uli, Kyle, Uli, no sunglasses coming out for you. Kyle, what a performance.
Oh,
No
what
sunglasses.
a performance indeed right there. And Uli, I mean, you thought that Rampazzo could possibly do it, bring us a new champion, but PHZ, he was just so strong, and we could see what it meant to him with the scenes as his family swarmed him at the end. But Uli, what did you make of the performance from PHZ?
I'm speechless. I think the sunglasses are not for me, are for him. So respect to PHC. He, jokes aside about like the boxing matches or the Velociraptors, I think we're seeing a real FIFA World Cup contender right here. I think he's gonna finish at least top 10 this season because he's just killing it. I don't see any flaws on his game. He's so good at attacking, but at the same time, his defense is overlooked. He barely got scored, so he's just a very complete and balanced player. So congrats to him.
Yes, and Richard, when you are watching a player like PHZ, back-to-back qualifier wins right now, and we talked about he's might have a few months off, he might be able to relax. We know that's not going to be the case, but he's going to have to be on top of his game if he was to make the playoffs, because people will want to come against him, people will want to beat him, but he's the man that everyone wants to beat. That puts him in a great position.
Oh, absolutely. And just going off the back of what Uli was saying in regards to like what he's actually doing so well, it's defensively so good, but every time he gets the ball in the final third, I talked about it when we were commentating, mechanically he knows exactly what he wants to do. It's not necessarily all the skill moves and everything. He's doing what works in the right areas, but he's mixing that in with the possession play and also the double taps, using a little bit what last year, mixed it in with this year with the bridge touch. And I don't think there was any debate. Even for me, as soon as he won that first game, 8-2, I said it on the commentary, he's going to be the champion. He's going to be the winner of this qualifier. I didn't see anyone even really getting close to him.
And that was the case in that final, Brandon. At the first game, we thought, it's quite close. This could go, either way. But that second matchup, PHZ came out and he found the back of the net quite a few times.
He did, just a couple of times. I think we were looking, he was averaging like 6-7 goals a game in his winners bracket run. But I think Richard touched on it, the importance of that second goal in that first leg, for him to then go into the second leg with a 1-goal advantage. It was massive for him in the end. And yeah, we've got to remember, this man has not lost a game in competitive FIFA 21 Global Series tournaments on FIFA 21. Unbeaten in Qualifier 1, unbeaten in Qualifier number 2. How long does the unbeaten run go for? That's the question.
Now, Ule, do you think that when you're in that position, when you are unbeaten, does that make you feel like I can take on anyone, I can be the best in the world, or does it make you go, I need to work harder?
Yeah, for sure, and especially after Cecinho winning a Foot Champions Cup recently, I think that the one step that Brazil is missing in FIFA eSport is just being world champions. So I think he's going for that. And not only he's an amazing player, but now this gives you such a confidence boost. So yeah, you just want to and know that you can take on anyone.
He can indeed. He is our champion of the second qualifier here in the South America region of the FIFA 21 Global Series. But for now, it's time to look back at some of the action from today and one of the best moments so far. Yes, the play of the day is presented by Mercado Libre. Now, Uli, this one has been chosen. Tell us why.
Yeah, well, because of the skills shown here. The Elastico. That's why. And then after that, he takes the second player. What I like is that Elastico actually has been nerfed, so it's really hard to do it in such a good way. Here the through pass, but then he has patience. And the reason why, and this is what I want to analyze, that the Elastico works so well here, is that it still works when you have like a dead ball. You know, like he made like a fake shot without using the left analog. And that's why once the player is stopped, if you make an Elastico, it's such a good skill still.
And Richard, it seems like the pro players, they're just naturals at putting a run of these skill moves together, one after the other. That's how they find that space. That's how they manage to score the goals that we see. Very difficult for them to do it, but it's that practice that makes perfect for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things with skill moves in particular, every single year FIFA is, in the skill department, pretty similar, in all honesty. We had the error brought in. The error slightly sort of nerfed this year, especially you've seen skill moves that are really strong get nerfed. But for the most part, it's the new skill moves that are the ones that really stand out. So this year we've had the bridge touch, we've also had the step overs, which are continually getting nerfed every single time. But as soon as that patch comes out and maybe the step overs slowly start fading out of the game, give it 24, 48 hours, I guarantee there'll be a new skill move that every single pro player, there'll be videos on Twitter saying, this is the move to learn, this is the move to do, and you'll see it. It's just a cycle that goes round and round.
It is indeed. Right, let's take a look at the bracket from day one here and the action that we've seen today. And as you saw, PH Zine, he took on Rampazzo in that grand final. It was a journey that he had to take. In that first matchup, he started against SPQR Teus, who dropped down into the losers bracket final after being beat by PH Zine. He came up against the winner out of Rampazzo and Gabriel, which was Rampazzo, which meant that in our losers final, those two went head to head. It was Rampazzo who came out on top. And as you can see in green, it was PH Zine who came out. He won, and he made it look light work, especially in that second game right there. I mean, what a champion he is, winning by 8-2, was it, in his first matchup? Second matchup there, 7-3, 15 goals. And we get to do it all over again tomorrow. Yes, day number 2. We've talked about one of the competitors, the Iceman, Nicholas, is there. But Richard, Brandon, we've got Tor, we've got Mateus, we've got a free agent as well. We've got a special day tomorrow.
Yeah, we do indeed, Kyle. Mateus Bonanno, the Qualifier 1 champion, almost the future against the present, you would say, especially in Argentina. Nicholas against Mateus. That could potentially be our grand final. Very keen to see what LGP is doing from Peru. And also Tor, formerly of Ajax. We know that he's a top player. FIFA 19, he was one of the top 16 players in the world, made the E-World Cup grand final. But certainly all eyes on Nicholas. Will he continue his dominance in this region?
They are indeed. Ileg PT97, the free agent that I mentioned right there. Uli, are you ready to go again for day number 2? Will we see the sunglasses once again?
Yeah, it's going to be easy. I'm just going to go with Nicholas to win the whole thing. And then you guys are going to see the sunglasses again.
We'll see if that prediction stands up. Brandon, I know it's not too late in the UK right here. We're done with day number 1. Have you got weekend league to complete, or are you going to get some beauty sleep before day number 2?
A couple of games, Carl. We'll see how we get on, and we'll have a record update tomorrow. But no, I can't wait for day 2. I think we're looking at probably one of our most stacked brackets for the PlayStation as of yet across the global series. So looking forward to seeing it played out and looking forward to seeing the Iceman back in action.
Yes, I am indeed. Day number 2 is right around the corner, so make sure that you do stick with us. Make sure that you join us here tomorrow as we go again. Now on the PlayStation 4 side of things, Uli, Richard, Brandon, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for day number 1. We'll be back for day number 2. We'll see you tomorrow.
The beach that I wanted, the peace route. Somebody go tell them what I'm all about. Putting in work, hot, I'm on now. Y'all been looking like some Boy Scouts. Starting these fires, but not really having desires. Pull it together, y'all looking real stupid. If you in love, don't ask for no Cupid. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. I gotta work. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. Some told me that I couldn't do it, so I had to work on improvement. Standing up to my opponent, I had to let him know I had been chosen. This is my moment, this is my moment, this is my moment. I gotta go. This is my moment, this is my moment. I gotta go. Get out of your head, you do this in bed, no time for the meds. I'm losing control, I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. Facing all of my ops, kill them off with the rock. You cannot stop what I got. My power come from up top. Good God. All of the blessings keep coming. I'ma need time to keep counting them up, keep lining them up. I'm filling my cup, I'm overflowing. Now we running it up, run it up. My whole team going in. We winning, we win. We came for the win. Hey. My whole team going in. We winning, we win. I said what I said. Oh yeah. Ain't no other option, ain't no way you stopping. We go hard and so don't need to gain a profit. Put us in the trenches. We came off your bitches, ready for the action. This is really passion. This is my moment. This is my moment. I gotta go. This is my moment, this is my moment, I gotta go. Get out of your head, you do this in bed, no time for the meds. I'm losing control, I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control, I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control, I think I've gone in a mode.
Hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle. But some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance. But if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret. My whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, 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 paper.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. If you with me, then it's crew. If you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you listen, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you
why you lying, girl? You know you're mine, girl. Only when it sees you control it like some food.
Which way do you think we should go?
I don't care.
Tired of the drama, silence, give me more than tears. This hit is yours. Too broken to be fixed, too proud to ask for help. Used to be yourself.
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Girl, why you think that?
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Why you think that? Girl, why you think that?
I got the heart of a champion, most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler, break records like Thriller. Top biller, they call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now, a superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me, I'm on. I'll be back in my stride, that's how we design.
One thing I know, when the back is against
get us. One day at a time, brick by brick, you feel me? Keep building. Woo! I wake up in the morning, it's another day, another opportunity. I know it's up to me to make my dream come true. It's nothing that I wouldn't do to see my name in lights. I give my life to this mic, my blood, sweat, and tears. I did it for many years. My career's in my hands, I